Hey everybody. So we got done with some stuff in the morning and we did mentoring as well. Where do we leave off? Ah, yes, here. So we got to you can pan the map and you can right click and go to a place. We should probably add some sort of like little ping. Never mind. I keep thinking polish things I want to do, and polish is like the antithesis of a prototype, at least in this case. So let's go to this and then the tasks that we have and then get started. Yeah, so spawn enemies. Make 2 regions on the map. First region will spawn bats and slimes to a certain limit. Second region will spawn rats and snakes. Enemies will move around randomly within regions. Okay, so we need like some sort of like enemy spawn region. And this is just going to have a rectangle associated with it. Or many rectangles? No, let's make it simple. I'm glad I have this lens of let's make it simple, or else I just keep doing this stuff and making it more complex. So rectangle associated with it, and then some we only care about an overworld character that we spawn. So a bat, a slime, a rat, or a, what was the other one? Not that it matters, a snake. And this should represent what might be in the battle. I think let's just start with this. Hey, mayonnaise. I saw your message yesterday about that. I responded to it, but I think it was like 20 minutes late because I wasn't actually streaming. Hey, Atomic Man. It's, I think, technically afternoon for me. Yeah, just barely afternoon. Oh, you did see. Okay. All right, and then we need some sort of like maximum number of enemies to spawn. To spawn. Now let's go do this. Why do I have so many windows open, apparently? Weird. What's that other one? Huh. Wait one sec. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it looks like I have 4 windows open, but this one actually is... Whoops, well, I just closed Twitch chat. Who just subscribed? Oh no, I can't see it. Whoever it is, subscribe for 9 months. I gotta go check my dashboard. Reformulate. We made a subscription, baby. Yay. Thanks for resubbing. All right, so let's go to this and we're going to make a new scene. Actually, should it be a new scene? I guess so. And we'll call this, well, this actually should just be changed type to a collision shape. Yeah, and then we'll rename this to enemy spawn region. Yeah. Smooth is first. And then what do we need here? Oh, an actual shape. Add child node. Wait a sec, what? Vision shape 2D. Area static. Oh, I want it to be an area 2D. Whoops. Area 2D. And then add underneath it a collision shape 2D. And then give it a shape. It'll be a rectangle. And I guess let's just draw a rectangle like this so that it's obvious that there's a rectangle there. Done. All right, then we give this a script. All right. So something needs to initialize this with a particular size and then the enemies that we want to have spawn from it. So how about we just handle the position and size? Position, or I don't know, like init position, vector 2, and init size, vector 2. And so we need to do set the position and size, and then to do set which enemies spawn. Just hard code this for now. I guess we'll just put like a type int, type of enemies. Yeah. Okay. Now we need, and then we need to handle spawn logic and maximum number of enemies to spawn. max num enemies. There's going to be a lot of data that comes through here. We don't have it yet. Then we need to do all this stuff. Func spawn enemy. It actually probably should return an enemy. So to do look through possible enemies to spawn and spawn one in a random location in the region. That's pretty much it. And then to do every so often, try to spawn a new enemy if we're not at the maximum. In fact, let's not even have maximum enemies here. Let's eventually store it off. To store max num enemies, but just hard code it. Yeah, and we want these possibilities, I guess. All right, I actually really like this way of laying out my thoughts. We put what our to-do items are just directly in the code and then just handle them all. And ideally never check in a to-do item. But sometimes that doesn't happen that way. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Yeah, so we got to also create these from the world map. And the world map is just going to create two. Oh, we don't have a world map script. Well, that's no good. World map is going to have a script. Why did this open in here? This shouldn't have happened. Okay, so when you enter the scene, we're going to create our regions in the right place. This is something that if we're hand drawing the map, I guess we should just be hand drawing the regions as well. So then never mind. Let's just hand draw them. So there won't be an init with position and size. And I guess not even with type of enemy. So let's just do all this there. Yeah. So this will all just be commented out. And we will instantiate in two of, what do I call them? Enemy something something. Oh, I don't see enemy here. Oh, did I not save it? Oh, I never saved it. Enemy spawn region. I just realized, nothing. That doesn't matter. Okay, so now we instantiate in two of these enemy spawn regions, which I almost still couldn't find. But I want to be able to customize the regions now. So I think what we need to do is click, what is it? Editable children, make local. Yeah, there. So there's one region. It just needs to be good enough. I don't really care about this. And then, oh yeah, and then the enemies that spawn need to wander around within their regions. That's the last part of this. So we need to add movement logic. We'll get there. So that's one region. And we'll call this the forest spawn region. This is very loosely a forest. And then we'll duplicate this whole thing. And we'll call this the desert spawn region, which has slimes and snakes, which makes no sense. It doesn't need to make sense, though. It's the beauty of a game. All right, and its region is going to be over here. And I now realize these are two different sizes. Oh, what? Am I resizing both of them? Oh, darn it. I didn't realize that. I want to make this local then, I guess. There. And then make this actually take up the right amount of size. And then we duplicate this. And we call this desert spawn region. And we make its shape go over to here. And shrink it. No, what? It's shrinking both of them again. What is the point of make local? There's... Yeah. I thought there was a way to do this. There's like a... I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was one of these that we had here. Why am I controlling both of these at once? They should be unique instances. I don't know. Abdahak. Well, yeah, let's look this up online. Godot instantiate scene, customize individually. Make instances unique. What is going on? Am I like not clicking this? Manage object. It makes sub-resources unique. Manage object properties. Looks like a wrench icon. I don't see a wrench icon. Give me 1 second. The cat is doing something. Okay. Sorry about that. Top right corner, wrench. Oh, this? Oh, wow. What is that? Make sub-resources unique. I have to do it that way? Following will be duplicated and embedded within this resource or object. This sounds like it's not a smart thing to do. Let's just try this anyway. And then what, I do the same thing over here? And now I control these individually? No, I don't. Okay, well, you still found the wrench, so thank you for that, Atomic Man. I'll give you a point, but what does make unique mean? I'm not totally sure. I think it means that we'll be controlling these rectangles separately, but it didn't look like that actually worked out that way, unless, oh wait, there's a sub-resources menu here. Shape. This object is read-only. I think we just crashed Godot. Oh wait, no, there it goes. I don't know why I can do this every time. Okay, now I'm controlling them separately. I don't know what happened. I guess I needed to click the shape and not this thing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what just happened. I should probably write this down though. GD engine, there we go, yeah. All right, unique. Yeah, when modifying instances of a scene, you're modifying just that instance, except in the case of shared resources like a material. In that case, making new material will just affect the single instance. If you want to alter the material's properties without making new ones, select make unique in the arrow next to the resource. Is that a thing? Oh, yeah, it is a thing. Oh my God. Okay, that's how I think I wanted to do this. So I should probably repeat this. Hey, gonna kill. Yeah, I should probably repeat this. Okay, fine. Let's instantiate new ones then. Enemy spawn region and a new enemy spawn region. This will go in the world map. Okay, so this one, we need to editable children like this, and then make this unique. And now this shape will be controlled all on its own. So if I put this here and I make this really tiny, oh my God, I'm controlling everything right now. And then I click this one and go editable children and then make this unique. Then I can shrink this without controlling the others. Great, that's what I want. So forest spawn region, delete you. Goodbye. This is, I think, the right way of doing things. And then desert spawn region. All right, now we just move these shapes so that they take up the right size, which I know I've now done like 3 times, but this is, I think, the proper way of doing it. There we go. All right, so now we have the spawn regions. We don't need to initialize these. Oh, wait, except we do with the type. So we need to do the export, I think. Yeah, this. It worked out great either way, you betcha. So enemy or like region type equals 0. this should eventually be replaced by all sorts of parameters like enemy types, max number of enemies, level ranges, etc. But for now, we're just going to hard code all of that and associate it with a type. Yeah. So that should be exposed now. Yes, this is region type 0 and this is region type 1. There. Now I want everyone to memorize that 0 is forest and 1 is desert. That's it. So now ready is going to, based on the region type, I guess, store a maximum number of enemies. Let's just have it always be 4. Int equals 4. And the enemy possibilities. So enemy types equals, it's going to be an array of, how do you do this again? Like this equals, no, we just won't even set that. And then in here we do a match on region type. And in the case that it's 0, that's our forest. We set these to, I guess, slime and rat. I don't think rats belong in a desert. This is my very educated opinion. And then 1 will be the other 2, which hopefully AI just knows how to fill in. Wow, it does. Great. And then in the underscore case, we're just going to assert false. Yeah, invalid region type, sure. And that's it. So we have our enemy types. So set position size, not needed, set which enemy spawns, store maximum enemies, cool. And then the actual number of enemies. So that's going to be something that's a little bit harder to do up to a certain limit. So make it so that clicking an enemy deletes it. That way we can test spawning new ones. There should be a signal or something alerting the world map that it can spawn more. That's going to be a little bit hard to do. Yeah. All right, Smoo, now take that information and just memorize it. I'm just kidding, by the way. I don't think there's going to be any problem if nobody knows what these things are. Not a big deal. The cat is hiding in the curtain right now. Abby? Abby. There's like the curtain and then there's a liner behind it and she sticks her head right between the two of those. Why not use an enumeration instead of plain numbers? Because this is just as rapidly prototyping as I can. So where I can cut corners, I'm cutting corners. I'm hoping to never use any of this code eventually. We just want to make sure the game's going to be fun. It is true though, if I wanted to stick with this, I would use either a set of constants somewhere, an enumeration or something, but yeah. That's why, like I said, I'm mostly kidding about the whole, like, remember that this is forest or desert. Okay, so now every so often, so we're going to have a process and how about we don't even worry about how much time has passed? How about if there are enemies to spawn, we spawn them. So we need to know how many enemies are being used. Num enemies spawned equal. Would you calm down, cat? She's going nuts. I guess I didn't play with her enough over lunchtime. I got her to run around a decent amount. I thought it would be good enough. As you click on the enemies and they disappear, easiest game ever. But wait, they move really, really fast. So actually, I'll never be able to click them. So if num enemies spawn is less than the max, then spawn enemy. And eventually this will be on a timer or something, but not yet. So now we look through what are our possible enemy types, and we pick one. So pick an enemy type. And this is something that Godot doesn't have built in. Yeah, you have to do something like this. And so I like making a random something, whatever, where is it? Random array element, this. So let's just copy paste this entire thing. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. We're going to copy paste this to what I call this idle ascendants slash scripts slash whatever. Yeah. Done. And now we go make that an auto load. Project, auto load, add scripts, array functions, add. Okay, and then we call var enemy type equals array functions random element. I guess that should work. It says no definition. That doesn't sound good. Random array element. So we get a random type. I don't think this is even going to know what this type is. Right? Because this doesn't know that... Oh, it doesn't even have a type here. I think it just returns a variant. And this should be an array of something. Yeah, so we probably need to tell it that this is the string. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. I'll just print enemy type. And then I'll say num enemies spawned plus equal 1. Sure. All right, let's see what happens. So we should see this print out 8 times if it even builds. Variable type is being inferred from a variant, so it will be typed as variant. Yeah, I thought that would happen. All right, so we just need to type string in here. All right, there. Now we try again. Ready has no static return type. Where is this even coming from? World map. That's not even the right code. What? I don't understand why any of this is even open. This isn't the code that I have in here. Can I just close all this stuff? Close all. Discard. Yeah, there. Now what? What is going on? Worldmap.tscn. This isn't even the scene. Oh, darn it. I know. I think I know what's happening. Oh no. I think when I made everything unique that it probably messed up this script. Yes, it did. Oh, darn it. Okay, detach and attach world map. Okay, that's correct. But is this stuff messed up too? No, that's fine. Is this one messed up? No, that's also fine. Okay, I think we fixed it then. Hey, nice. All right, so yeah, we see this print out. Bat, rat, slime, whatever, a whole bunch of these. Yeah, great. How old is the cat? I think somewhere between 2 and 3, they told us. All right, so once we have an enemy type, we need to create an overworld character with that sprite. The problem is I've been doing all this with just kind of hard-coded scenes. So this, for example, is the mage scene. And now I need a scene for literally every character in the game. So I think it's probably time we parameterize this. Maybe it's not time yet. Maybe I should write this as like some cleanup stuff that's going to make the game easier. The problem is it might never actually come to fruition. So cleanup stuff. Maybe this is something I do off stream. Probably good for doing off stream. I'm feeling antsy. I'm actually debating on just streaming tomorrow. So one of these is going to be make a scene that can take in a sprite ID and animate properly so that I can get rid of warrior, what I call it? Warrior sprite, mage sprite, etc. Yeah. Well, for now, let's do it the stupid way. So duplicate this and call it, what do we have? Rat, bat, slime. So rat, duplicate again. Bat, slime, and snake. Okay. All right, so bat, let's go figure out how we customize this. Where's delete? There it is. All right, now how do we, not new animation. How do you add in a sprite? Add frame from file. Yeah, there it is. Assets, orcs, creatures. All right, what is this one? Is this bat? Yeah, this is bat. Where is a bat? There it is. Then add in another one that is the second bat. Where's the second bat? There it is. Okay, so how's that look? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Then we save this as bat sprite. Save. Nope, 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 nope. That just saved over Mage Sprite. Oh, darn it. Did not double click before doing any of that, so that was a waste of time. This is why I think it's probably actually better now to just code this thing. I think this is a waste. Yeah, I think it's a waste. Because I don't want to have to make, yeah, I'll make 4 of these scenes. All right, fine. I'm gonna move forward with this. I don't like this. I don't like this idea. I think I should just be doing this the other way. Can I like filter somehow? Is that possible? It's not. Man. Oh, I guess even if I could filter, it wouldn't help because they're not named bat. So I don't know what to be filtering for. All right, well, let's add in these stupid things. We're gonna need some quality of life stuff. Yeah. I don't know if this is one of them. I don't know what needs to be done here. Like, my sprites are just saved individually. Well, they're also saved in a sprite sheet somewhere, I guess. All right, so that's bat sprite. Now we have, what, rat sprite? Rat sprite. All right, trash, trash. All right, where art thou, rat? There's a golden one. There it is. Okay, and then where's the first one? Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's like toward the bottom. There's 1, and there's 2. Okay, how's that look? Yep, looks good. All right, so that's the rat. We got the bat. We need the slime, and we need the snake. Slime sprite. Trash, trash, add in. Where is slime? All right. Hey, Lena. Thank you for the raid. We are still working on Idle Ascendants, but now I have slightly more to show for everybody. But hold on, let me make sure this actually worked. I did get it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so let me show this very impressive game that we have right now. If I open up the game scene and go to this, feast your eyes on this. Whoa, what a title screen. I know, I can't believe you only spent 4 hours coding this. All right, start new game. And then we get to pick our character. And then we hit start game, and there's our character. And we can instruct it to walk around. Oh my God, so advanced. And that's it so far. That's the game. So anyway, what this is going to be is it's going to be an idle game that doesn't start as an idle game. It starts off as you manually control your character like you just saw. You'll get into battles. That's what we're coding now is the enemy logic that we're going to have. And then as you level up, the very first skill you're going to have to take is 25% chance to automatically take action in combat. And so this is going to be like your level 2 skill. And then level 3 will bump you up to 50%, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to write this out until you get to level 4 or maybe level 5, I don't know. And you hit 100% chance to take your turn in combat. So you very quickly get out of the form of like, I want to cast this spell or I want to attack in this way. And then that's it. Your character is just automated. And then you start automating some other kind of parts of this game. And that's the thing we're going to pretty much prototype is like that idea, skill choices and everything else. So welcome in everybody. I hope you have a good time. We're just going to be doing game dev for the next like 3 hours or so. And again, a lot of this, the thing to keep in mind is this is a rapidly made prototype. So there are lots of times when you'll see either code quality not make sense or maybe something I'm doing that doesn't make sense for fun in the game. So for example, the world map that I just showed is literally just 2, if I turn these off, it's just a green rectangle and a yellow rectangle. And that's totally fine for a prototype. You don't need more than that. We just need some way of differentiating that you're in a different part of the world. But that obviously sucks for a real game, right? So like you'd want to pretty this up and you want to make it look nice. We're not doing that yet. We just want to see, is the game even fun? When did I switch from Notion to Obsidian? I think you mean OneNote. I've never actually used Notion before. And that was a few months ago. I made a video called Ditching OneNote, and it was around that time. Oh, I don't have the date there. But anyway, it's in the video. It was around that time that I switched to Obsidian, and then I like started really fully using it. Do I also like space stuff? Yeah, sure, why not? Will there be enemies who spawn other enemies or enemies who disguise themselves as another enemy? No, not outside of a fight. Outside of the fight, it's just what you, well, I guess I don't have any pictures of it or anything, but it'll just be enemies moving around the map. Inside of a fight, they might spawn more enemies, yeah. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions. This will not be a public code base. I do plan on monetizing this game eventually, if it turns out to be fun. I mean, yeah, inside a fight. Yeah, the whole disguise as another enemy, I don't see much of a reason to do that, only because remember, you're not directly controlling the fight anyway. So like, you wouldn't have a way of saying, I think the disguised enemy is that one, and then targeting it. The script would automatically pick an enemy to target. So yeah, I don't think that would add much. All right, so we got an enemy type, and I did not finish the last bit of this, which was the snake sprite here. So let's go do that, snake sprite, and we'll ditch these 2 frames, and then we have to find the snake. Where is the snake? There it is. All right, so it's like almost all the way at the bottom, yeah. And the second frame. All right, so how do you look, snake? Wow, terrifying. Okay, so there's our snake sprite. So now we need to spawn one of these inside of an overworld character. So I have something to make an overworld character, and we should probably make this a more generic function somewhere. Yeah, this is how we make an overworld character. Can we make a static function inside of overworld character? GD script static function. Yeah, there will be a ladder enemy. When you leave that enemy, you're forced to say, see a ladder, and that will kill the enemy. I know this is Godot 3.0 or 3.1. I don't really care. It should be the same thing. I think I even made static functions in my last game that I made. Static typing. I just want a static method. I'll just go take a look at the old code that I had. Fine. What was it called? Godot Shooter RPG? RG static? Yeah, there are static functions. Okay. Still been on my learning journey with Godot through the Udemy course I mentioned before last raid, working through and expanding my Godot knowledge, getting fun, small-sized game ideas. Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun to proceed with game dev because a lot of what you do is it's apparent what you want to do, and then how you do it might be tough, and so you learn by doing it, and then you have some like visual representation of what you learned. And that's what's nice about games. I think a lot of times with like back-end programming, for example, it's like, oh, I made the API work, and the only way that people could go look at it is by interfacing with your API, or if you made a UI over the API. And it's just less impressive. Well, less impressive to people not in the know. I think everyone can understand games. Yeah, so I made some static functions there. I guess we're going to do the same thing for overworld character. So I will make a static function that is something like create overworld character. And we're going to copy in what we had here. So it's going to take in a scene and it's going to do some of this stuff. Scene path. Especially with learning from a beginner level course. It helps learning the basics to get me started on it while I can expand with experimentation as I go through it. Yeah, I did a Godot course a while ago. I'll link it to you, but it's all on YouTube as well. It's totally free. I'm not trying to sell you something right now. I made a game that was supposed to be sort of like Realm of the Mad God. Why is this not loading? Why can't I double click this? What is going on? What is going on here? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so this game, which is going to be really hard for me to control because I don't have WASD on this keyboard. Not in the same configuration, at least. You move around. Holy cow, this is impossible to control on this. You need a QWERTY keyboard for this. You move around, you could shoot stuff. There were like ways of using abilities. And this is what the course covers, is how to make this game. Not sponsored by Adam. Just made by Adam. All right, so we got our static function here. We load in the scene by the scene path that you have, scene path. Then we make that as an overworld character and we return the overworld character. So delete that, delete that, delete that. All right, and now we have our static function, which hopefully we can use by just searching for this and deleting the other instance of this and saying var overworld character equals this. How do we do this? Overworld character dot create. And then we pass in the scene to the sprite. Yeah. Now we should be able to cut all this stuff out. And now if we go into the game, it should work. Sprite scene path not declared. Oh, I didn't give it the right name. Oh, this isn't even correct. Scene path. What is scene path? Yeah, whoops. Whoops. Yeah, I guess we should just call this sprite scene path. All right, how's that? Nice. All right, what that means is that now we can start instantiating in enemy characters. So let's go back to the game. Let's turn off the title screen. Made by a coder who programmed to see most of his life and has fun in his free time updating the course. Yeah. Yeah, if it's working for you, it's working for you. I don't recommend switching courses if you're having fun and you're learning. Yeah, this is a chord and keyboard. Sorry, I missed your message. And thank you, Desk, for typing in. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. I was going to call this now with... So delete all this stuff. I want to call this... I want to be careful about where I'm putting these things. So we're gonna hit some complexity soon enough. And once we get to removing enemies, I think we're going to hit some of it. The enemy spawn region is what's going to be responsible for creating one of these things. And the scene path is going to be based on the name of the enemy. We're just going to assume that it aligns right now. So like this, we put here. And we say var sprite scene path is going to be this enemy type. And just hope that that works. So there. Now we're going to add this character. We want it to be at a random position. That sounds pretty good to me. And let's just cap these at, actually, let's not even cap them. Sure, fine, whatever. So we should end up with 8 enemies, and ideally the randomness is such that we see all of them. Whoops. Oh my God, it's not rand range, it's rand I range or something, or rand I percent, whatever. Percent 1,000, I think. This is just the AI being funky. World map not declared in the current scope. That's because this is the spawn region, which I guess is fine to add it to. Again, this is not good. And now instantiate on a null value. Where are you coming from? Overworld character line 11. Load sprite scene path. So it can't load this, which means I messed something up. Which means I probably got one of the scene names wrong. Right. It's not called bat.tscn. It's called bat sprite. Yeah. Okay, cool. So do we see enemies? There's a slime. There's a rat. They're probably off in the middle of nowhere. So let's just restrict where they can spawn to 200. All right, so we got a slime and a rat. A slime and a rat, bat and a snake. Yeah, so this is working. And it might not look like it, but it's working. Trust me. All right, so that's done. Now, these are being added to here, and we have no way of tracking where they are exactly. I think what we should do is we should add in the world map. We should have something that just contains all the enemies that might spawn. Actually, they could be inside of their regions, but then the regions need to have the right points. Like, this point means nothing. How do I want to do this? Because what I'm thinking of here is that I guess we could get the collision shape and spawn them within this collision shape. And I guess I even did this. What did I just do? I even did this in the other game that I'd made. So let's do a tree here and see, what did I call this? Monster Zone. What a great name. Boundaries of our spawn zone, and we set it based on what? The extents of a collision shape. Oh, how fun. Yeah, we actually dynamically created these. No, wait, did we? What is this? No, this wasn't dynamically created. Then what's, oh, we created the trigger for this, I guess, on the outside. All right, well, we don't have to worry about that. So what do I want to do for this? I guess I want to get the extents of this thing and then spawn within that. Do I have a function for spawning within a rectangle? Spawn enemies, rand range. I guess that's fine. Okay, well, this we need to do. So let's go do it. So enemy spawn region. What did we call this? We called it collision shape 2D. That is a dumb name. It's gonna be like spawn area or just I don't know what to call this. Hey Travic, how goes it? I don't think I've seen you in forever. Or have I? No, I haven't. Yeah, it's been almost exactly 3 years. March 27th, 2021. Welcome back. Yeah, I've been streaming now for almost 4 months. But yeah, I was gone for about 3 years. Working at the Googs. So I was thinking of calling this like spawn area or something like that. But I think just calling it the, I don't know, area. It's dumb. I'm going to call it the spawn area. All right, does that change it on the world map? It does. Good. So as long as it's called spawn area, so we're going to get this spawn area, and then area 2D. Okay, no, that's this spawn area. And we can apparently use a percent there. Interesting. That way we don't need another path to this thing, although it should just be what we have here. Music's and background noise. Yep. That's what I live to be. All right, I want to write something down. We have something about a $sign over here, don't we? Not there. GD script, maybe. $sign. Yep, here it is. So this is shorthand for get node. And then percent node path. Actually, I don't even think it's node path. GD script percent sign. It's on a format string. How do you find this? Maybe just search for get node. What is it syntactic sugar for? Yeah, get node. Get node. So here we should find something on a $sign or the percent sign. They talk about the $sign. They don't talk about the percent sign. I wonder, that's strange. I'd expect it to be here. Yeah, that's weird. And it looks like it's valid code. Get node percent sign. Seen unique nodes. Okay, I think it's this. Yes. Node will now have a percent symbol next to its name. Oh, you have to tell it to do this? You can now use the node in your script. You can reference it with a get node method call by typing the percent symbol. I don't know if this is gonna work. I'll just write this down in my notes. Shorthand for getting a unique node. See more here. I would write more on this, but I didn't thoroughly test it. Yeah, global unique, I guess. That's the part I don't want. I just didn't feel like typing a name. I wanted it to be like locally unique. But okay, so here's what we have. So we get the spawn zone collision, and then we get the extent of that, and we set the minimum X and Y based on this. So global position minus extents.x. What are we doing here exactly? All right, this is probably okay. Yeah, our zones also won't move. It's kind of a weird way of doing things. So now when we spawn inside of a range, we're really going to spawn it inside of a range that's based on what we have here. Hey, Matt. How's it going? Global position. Yeah. Had to type out the path relative to the root runtime node in case of $sign. Right, but what I'm saying, I guess, is like sometimes you have a scene tree that looks like this. You have a node 2D, and then maybe you have like an enemies thing, and then maybe you have like the specific enemy you want, a bat. And so to get to this, you do enemies/bat. But I wanted some way to just do bat. I mean, maybe you'll like, maybe there's another one of these node 2Ds that also has a bat in it, and not have to path through enemies to get there. That way, if nodes ever change, I don't break a script. But it's not a big deal. All right, so global position in the enemy spawn. So we're going to use here. Does this not shadow a variable? Is global position not a thing? Well, let's try it. Now enemies should only spawn with, uh-oh. What happened here? How did these get to be offset? Oh, because I saved the scene and it reset the areas? Yeah, I think that's what happened. They're not unique anymore. Oh, man. I thought, oh, man. Yeah, this is going to be obnoxious. I should probably, this is just for the prototype. But in the full game, I would have these things get generated by code, I think. All right, well, now the enemies should only ever, oh, has no static type, spawn zone collision. Where are you? I think it should know its type, but maybe it can only be inferred at runtime. Extent has no static type. Cannot infer extents because it doesn't have a set type. Seriously? All right, so this is a collision shape 2D. And now maybe extents can have a static type. And if not, I gotta go figure out what this should be. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, let's look it up. Oh, I guess because it doesn't know that it's a rectangle in this case. The extents could be any shape. Yeah, it's just a shape 2D. In my case, I know it's a rectangle, so we're just going to say that. Rectangle shape 2D. Rectangle shape 2D, done. All right, now rand range not found in... Oh, is this a thing that they got rid of in GDScript? How did... Do groups help in your scenario? Yeah, they can. I guess what I was talking about... maybe here's a case where groups wouldn't necessarily help. You have like UI and you have some like VBox container, and then inside of here you have something else, and then finally you have like a name label. I guess what I was talking about is like I like to be able to just say, give me the thing that I know is named name label, and I don't really care about the path, and it's unique to this particular tree, but it might not be unique everywhere. Anyway, it's not a big deal. All right, so rand range, is this something I defined? Nope. It just doesn't exist anymore. Random number generation. Yeah, there is no rand range. There's rand f range, and there's... I guess that's probably okay. Yeah, rand f range. Or rand I range, I guess either one's fine. Yeah. I don't care if it's a float or not. Value of vector 2 to a variable of type rectangle shape. Oh, interesting. Oh, the shape is a shape 2D. Oh, I see. I get it. Cool. So, did we do it? Yeah. So in the green rectangle, there are only slimes and rats, and in the whoops, and in the yellow rectangle, uh-oh. What are you doing outside of your rectangles? Get back in there. I know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. I think it's adding these relative to a node that doesn't make any sense, which is this, which actually doesn't, like this should be up here. And then this should be over here. But I don't have an explanation for why. Well, actually, it was over here before. Yeah, how did it get down there? I do not know. Oh, even you guys are outside. Well, that was just a coincidence that they were inside before that. Oh, I think I know why. Because this is the global position, and I want it to be a local position. So we would need to get rid of this thing. And just say that it extends .x and y. And that these are 0. And this is all dumb. Oh, yeah, there we go. Wow, it coincidentally spawned 4 of one type and 4 of another type. The odds of it spawning the same one is pretty slim. And like, wait, what? I was going to say, is there a bug that it's always going to do that? But it's also just a coincidence. Yeah. What's going on? Yeah, it's just randomness. Huh. Hey, Darkstorm. Okay, so we got enemies to spawn. This is not a global position anymore. This is a local position. Local position. Which means this is kind of stupid to even save off. This could always be set to 0 and 0. Local coordinates of the, or local, I'll just say local coordinates of the spawn zone, sure. All right, so since those are always 0, we don't need this. This is fine. All right, I think this looks good. So where's our task? Spawn enemies. So make 2 regions, done. First one will spawn bats, whatever, done and done. Make it so that clicking an enemy deletes it. That way we can test spawning new ones. And the enemies will move around randomly. Okay, let's do the we can delete them part. So when you click an enemy, it should get deleted. However, overworld character is also your own overworld character. And we need to know that we didn't handle the input somewhere else. So I guess world map needs to have, not world map, what did I put this in? What did I put this in? Camera. Camera needs to know if you've handled input. Doesn't do that right now. Because if the camera isn't going to handle it, then your character might handle it. Which one should be first, I wonder? All right, well, how about this? Let's do if velocity is not equal to vector 2.0. I don't know if this will work exactly how I want, but then we would say get viewport set input is handled. That's one thing. And we put this here and we put this here. Yeah. All right. So now we need a way of left clicking a character. Let's just put this in here. Oh, wait a second. Did I test this? I don't think I tested this. Shouldn't I be moving every character when I right click? How is that not happening? Oh, because I never gave them a script? Is that correct? Overworld character. No, it has a script. What? Oh, because I mark it as handled? Oh, wait. Oh, I think that's why. It's just coincidentally because I have one. Yep, that's why. It's because I had one handler of this and the character is always first. Okay, so this is showing something interesting. these are local coordinates, and that's a problem. Actually, is that a problem? I don't know how I want to do this. I guess your character is going to need world coordinates. So I should probably do everything in world coordinates, which means the enemies should just be saved to the world, which means it should be a global position. Yeah, otherwise it's going to be a nightmare. Yep. Okay, well, then we got to change that. Change the world coordinates. Spawn enemies in the world, not in each individual region. That way enemies are in the right coordinate system. Imagine drawing a line from your character to a sprite without having that information. I guess it'd still be possible. But it would be confusing. Okie doke. So let's go change this. We're going to change the world coordinates, which means that instead of ever spawning an enemy in the region, we're going to spawn it in the world, which means that we have a couple of different ways we can do this. Am I still doing piano composition on the side? I've mostly switched to improv stuff. I'm doing some composition now for this game. I have worked on the title screen. So if I drag this over here and we go to title screen, there is some music over here. But I am not done with this. I should throw that in the game too at some point. I guess I should write that in, clean up stuff. Add the title screen music even though it's unfinished. Play it, play it, play. Okay, if everyone's gonna chant play it, then fine. The only problem, okay, before I play it, let me find out how loud this is by default, because I have this set to 100% over here, but I think if I were to play a sound, it would be like very loud. Let me see. Okay, is that loud? I think this is going to be very loud when I actually play the tune, so just be careful, okay? I'm going to play it in 5 seconds. All right. Is that too loud? That is a bit loud, yeah, I figured. All right, so imagine that you're on the title screen. Sorry, broken crown. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's too loud for this. This is as far as I got. This part's unfinished. Yeah. Typo, I think you're looking for the idle command, but you left off the I. Which emote? Oh, I don't have cat jam? I think I have some other jam one. Oh, it is a command. It's just, it's got an I in it, and you typed it with a 1 the first time and then just DLE the second time. I'm not trying to be a jerk, also. I'm just trying to say, yeah, so add this emote. Yeah, so anyway, I like this music. I think this works. I'm happy with this. This already fits to me as a title screen theme. I cannot for the life of me compose something that will work for just like the overworld themes. And I've been trying, and I made a bunch of like random stuff over here, and it's just not fitting. It's not even that it's bad music, it's just not fitting. Ever done ambient? No. Also, I don't know if I want to go the ambient route. I kind of want something melodic. And then you run into the issue of like, well, when do you play the next tune? Because eventually you run out of time in the first one, maybe 3 minutes or 5 minutes. And then you got to queue up something else afterward. Oh, I got to take a break pretty soon. Okay, let me see. Where did I leave off with this? Why did I even start talking about music? Because Traffic asked if I'm still doing piano composition. Yeah, so let's go back to this. Getting things working in world coordinates. I'm going to do this when I get back from the break. Some MMOs have melodic soundtracks. Like Final Fantasy XI was almost entirely melodic. It's a great soundtrack too, and I think it was very fitting. And then, yeah, other games just have like, oh, this tune will play once every 5 minutes or something like that. And that can also be nice. So I don't know what necessarily I want to do. For those who haven't seen what I'm about to show, you can only join on Twitch chat right now. Is it jump time? It's jump time. So yeah, again, for those new here, just type join in chat and then J and a number, and you'll figure it out. You got about 30 seconds to figure it out, and the game starts, and you'll figure that out too. I'll be back in a little bit. Hey again, everybody. Close the game. All right, so spawn enemies in the world, not in each individual region. Yeah, so what I was saying is there are many different ways I could do this. One is have the region signals the world that an enemy should spawn. The other is give the region a pointer to the world. Well, a reference, I guess. This is definitely what's easier, so I think this is what I'm going to do. Keep missing the games. Sorry about that. Yes, so we don't actually give a region, we don't make the region through code. Yeah, so when one is created, we need to basically get all of the regions in the world map. Okay, let's do that. So world map in ready, we're gonna say get all enemy spawn regions and set the world property in them. And then we'll say class name world map. And in enemy, actually, let's close out of all these other tabs. Let's just close out of every tab. Too many open. All right, enemy spawn region is one of them, and world map is the other one that I want. Okay, so there's a way to do this. There's get nodes in group, but is there like a get nodes in of type, I wonder? Get nodes. Don't your extents max have to be -1? Why is that? They represent a rectangle for me, so it goes from 0 to the width of the rectangle. Let him find the optimal path and follow that. What is it? Get tree, I guess, is what I'm looking for here. Want to spawn one tile outside the area? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it probably would. That's okay. This is the kind of thing that doesn't matter too much for the sake of this game. But actually, the way this would work for real is I would do minus the width of your character here. But yeah, I'm not super concerned about that. You are correct though. All right, how do we get the scene trees methods? Where are they located? I see get tree. What does this return? Returns a scene tree. Aha, here we go. So now somewhere in here there should be, is there like get nodes? There's just get nodes in group. I guess we would have to add these to a particular group then. All right, fine. We'll do that then. So I forgot how groups work. I know they're just tags, but like, do I need to set them up in the editor? Concept of groups that you can use for ease of coding. This can be done through scripting or through the UI itself. Group could be for something. Oh, you can do it through the, just add to group and then is in group. Okay, fine. So then every region that gets created, we will add to group. Add to group. Enemy spawn regions. Should really add a constants thing. I might as well just do that now. Just test it with different orders. Yeah, but I need to get all the enemy spawn regions that exist. And I need to see, I think this will work. Let's try this. So now here, get nodes, enemy spawn regions. And then yeah, region.world equals self. And for that, we need to do var world : world map equals null. All right, let's try it. Print set world. So now we'll go test this. And we should just see set world print out a few times. Yeah, I was worried about this. Wait, no, this is not what I was worried about. This is a different problem. We just need to restart Godot for this one. The thing I was worried about is that what if the order of ready is called incorrectly? This thing that we actually ran into is just a problem needing to restart because we added in a new type. Or so I think. Let's find out. Yeah, nice. Set world 2. Cool. Wow, look at how easy. Okay, so then the next thing we should do is we should really go into this thing and save this as constants. And then in constants, make a var. Is there such thing as const in GDScript? Const. Constant's always in further types. You type a constant though. Oh, come on. Const. Oh, it is just const. Okay. I mean, that's not necessarily the case, so. Yeah. All right, so const. We want the region name. Enemy spawn region name equals this. Then we use this from the editor. Auto load constants. All right, so now wherever I said, what is this about? Yeah, there we go. Enemy spawn regions. We can replace both of these with constants dot that. That's fine. All right, then we do world.addChild. Easy peasy. Now we set global positions. Global position And that's where these extents are totally wrong now. And that's where we want to load up Monster Zone. And just copy paste everything that I did earlier. I think we're good now. Now let's try it out. We'll just find out if we're good. Okay, you're mostly in the right spots. And you're mostly in the right spots. Yeah, so this is the issue Darkstorm was talking about, which is that we're not subtracting anything here. And really what we need to subtract is the width of the sprite, which is 24. And we could just hard code that here for now. I guess it would at least serve as a marker for things that should change in the future, because it's not going to be obvious in the future. We just say like sprite character sprite size equals 24. Almost everything that uses this variable should probably be changed to be dynamic based on the actual size of the sprite used. All right, so then that's what we would put here. There, and now that shouldn't be possible anymore. I mean, this is a probability thing too. It's possible they're not getting generated all the way toward the end of their regions. But yeah, I mean, it looks fine. All right, so we got this working in world coordinates, right? The right one. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now make it so that clicking an enemy deletes it. All right, so that's where I got sidetracked by something else. So we have no way of differentiating. Cat just jumped up on the table. Yeah, you meant to say 2, you ruined the joke. Unfunny joke alert. Yeah. She's behind my monitor. It's only a matter of time before she causes chaos up here. I should probably switch. You see this? Right here. You coming? Yes, you are. Good girl. I also read an old note of theirs, but absolutely zero recollection of the contents or the time of writing. Just feels like you're the Green Goblin talking to yourself. Yep. That has definitely happened. Hi. Yeah. Really like the microphone, don't you? You want to sit down? She's probably going to start attacking the mouse pretty soon. Okay. Lou. It's just cat things. Okay, so we need some way of differentiating. Hello. Hi. Do you want to be up here? You gonna be a good cat? Oh, she's licking my hand. You're so adorable. Okay. Will you up? No. I want to use the mouse. Hey, you gotta let me work. Yeah? This is the content I'm here for. Yeah, not being able to rapidly prototype because the cat has other plans. I think she's just learning where my attention is focused. When there's a glowing rectangle in front of me, my attention is usually... No, that's my water. My attention is usually there. Okay, can I do stuff now? Feels like this is some wild animal approaching Adam. Thanks for the sub, Alfred. You're almost at 3 years. Oh, looks like she's going. Okay, cool. Yeah, get back to work. There we go. Cat Royale. Just control the cat. Last person who hasn't conked out due to cuteness overload wins. All right, so there's no way to know that an overworld character is you or is not you. And for now, the only reason I really care is because I'm going to do this deletion thing, but even that's eventually not really a problem. Maybe I'll keep track of like is owned by player here. Is owned by player. Oh, Corax, thanks for subbing. Yeah, new game. I don't know if you saw the design document. It's in the idle command right there. The short story about this game is that it is a game that starts out manually controlled, and then as you play, you unlock more automation for it. And the automation is not like Botland. You're not writing scripts. It's just essentially playing itself. You're not controlling that automation. Or like very, very indirectly controlling, I should say. All right, so this doesn't need to be here. We could say constants dot size of whatever. What do I call this? Character sprite size. Yeah, let's do this in a couple spots. Because these are all things that should change eventually. So is owned by player is going to be a Boolean. Is it bool or Boolean? I don't actually know. Is owned by player. Bool. And we can't shadow this. So is owned by player. I'll just call it val. I don't know. I don't care. Hey, artifacts. It's going well. I'll show you in just a sec. Let me do this. This is spawn enemy, so this is false. And this is spawn your character, so this is true. And then this is the function. Yeah. All right, yeah, so let's go test this out. Well, this doesn't really... This is the wrong game. Let's close this entirely so I don't keep doing that. And then there was one other thing I wanted to do. What was it? Oh yeah, only make it so that you can control your character. So if not is owned by player, return. Yeah. That'll have functionally no impact, but we'll at least kind of see. Is owned by player from the static function create overworld. Whoopsie doodle. Yep. Not paying attention to which functions are static. There we go. Ever played Majesty, the Fantasy Kingdom? No, I haven't. Do you play idle games yourself, or is this some random idea? I have a difficult relationship with idle games. I generally hate them. So I have played them myself. I've gotten addicted to them, but I don't actually think I'm ever having fun playing them, or at least not beyond like the first hour. So maybe at some point I should just do a video kind of summing up my thoughts. But yeah, so this is supposed to be a non-scummy idle game. What am I doing here? Oh, right. Wait, what was I testing? Also, what are these 10 errors that are here? Local, oh, come on. The whole point of that is not getting shadowed because it's the static function. Sometimes I just think GD script isn't that smart. Integer division, so that's here. So we'll lose the decimal part. I mean, that's fine. I don't mind it being integer division. But I guess 2.0, 2.0. That'll happen in another place as well. I don't know where that's going on. World is not present on the invert type node. Region. This is actually a node, so we want to set region equals node as enemy spawn region. Yeah. Right, extents not present on shape 2D. What, really? Okay, fine. As rectangle shape. Global position is shadowing. I thought so. All right, so this is going to be spawn pause, I guess. All right, narrowing. That's this. Should I just make this a float? I feel like everything's going to be complaining about this. Now let's just hit play again and see what happens. Could not find enemy spawn region in the current scope. Oh, I didn't make it a type. Well, well, well. At least I know what some of these issues are. Oh, now I can't find it again. And I know what this issue is too. It's called close Godot. I'm using GD script. I'm a programmer. All right. Now we just hit the play button. All right, now region has no static type. That should fix that. And there we go. So now we only have 5 issues. Property extents is not present on inferred type rectangle shape 2D. I find that very hard to believe. Yeah, why? Rectangle shape 2D. This doesn't have extents? Where is this coming from then? Shape 2D? Where is this coming from? Maybe collision shape? Do you have extents? You have shape. What? Where does extents come from? How do I even figure this out? There was some like in-game documentation I want to look through, and I don't know how to do that. Search help. Oh, here we go. Aha. So we can find the extents this way. So what is it in? I guess it doesn't exist anywhere. Rect 2D. But oh, Rect 2? Oh, why did this not show up though? Extent. It doesn't have it there. I'm confused because I know this exists here somewhere. I don't know where. And it should be somewhere in this hierarchy. Rectangle shape 2D has nothing that inherits from it. I'm so confused. I don't know. I don't know where you get extents from. Resource? No, resource wouldn't have it. GD script extents. It has to exist. It's working. I just can't figure out where this is defined. And maybe I could do, no definition found. I might just have to ignore this completely. Just called size. I'm pretty sure this is working though. Maybe it isn't. Extents. Let's find out. Yeah. It's working. It was in 3.0. Oh, maybe it's been renamed then, yeah. And then maybe we could just... Yeah, maybe they did some hacky thing. All right, well, let's try this. The property size doesn't exist on this. That part's fine. I think I know what's causing this. I think this is as rectangle shape 2D. And now I think we're down to 4 errors. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Watasaka. Okay, so there's that. Now narrowing conversion. Where is this done? Spawn is float, but we're doing this in a random integer. So I guess let's just change this to randaf. Vector 2s are always vector 2s of floats. Is that correct? I'm guessing they are. Maybe there's one for integers. Okay, there we go. So we got rid of all the errors. This is a problem as well. Why is that happening? Spawn min x should be set to 0. Peculiar. Oh, is that minus 12? No, it's not. Why is that happening? And do we see any other issues here? That too. Very strange. I don't even see where the other... Yeah, everything's like all over the place right now. Okay, you know what'll help us here? Just set the maximum number of enemies to like 4,000. And now it should just draw a solid rectangle of enemies pretty much. Well, it's very clear where the rectangle is. Slimes are going all the way out to here, though. Huh. Dopamine received. Yeah, just one thing. Please do be careful about segmenting in chat. It's one of the very few rules I have, and the only way you find out about it is by doing it. Shouldn't be min plus extents on the x-axis. Oh yeah. I changed. Thank you. Yeah, I changed what I was doing here. Let me find this really fast. I think the x and the y were set to this. And what did I do? No, it is. Wait a sec. I know. Yeah. No, this should be 0 though anyway, right? Wait, what am I doing? This shouldn't even be adding anything. Yeah. I think the way I did this in the other one is they identified the center of a rectangle. Okay, well now it's off by some amount. So this actually does need to be subtracted, but probably not by the amount that I did. Maybe this is all just divided by 2. Let's do something really fast here. And where's type? Region type. All right, so now only the first region will spawn enemies and it'll just keep spawning them. Is this double the size? Yes. Okay, so that's the problem. This is centered around this. I need to do divided by 2 for all of this. I think that's now correct. Yeah, now they're spawning within the confines of the region. I really need to expand this window. This is like super frustrating. So let's go do that. Whoopsie. Sure, whatever. 1800 by 1300, I don't care. I just need it to be bigger. There, that's good. Yeah. Okay. David, I'll also give you a point because I'm generally more generous with the first point that I give out than any subsequent points. I imprison the poor animals. These are pocket monsters. I'm going to make a game called Pocket Monsters. Something that's a little strange going on, which is none of them seem to be spawning up at the top of this. And it's possible that these sprites are just smaller than their confines, like the 24 by 24. We could probably figure that out by just looking at one of these. Yeah, the rat is definitely smaller. And yeah, the slime is definitely smaller. Okay, that's the only issue. Will they carry weapons? No, but they'll learn moves with like TMs and HMs, I would say. Just random letters that are coming to me right now. Yeah, I think this looks good. Neat. So now let's turn on the other zone. That sounds creative and completely new. Yeah, pocket spheres. I think we'll call them pocket orbs. And we'll have different levels of them, like Great Orb and Master Orb. And Valve Sphere. Yeah, this is looking good. Hey, Mike Venture. Okay, so yeah, let's get back to what I was doing here. Make it so that clicking an enemy deletes it. Yeah, let's go do that. So, overworld characters here. So if owned by player, then this is where we start to get a little weird. Yeah, it's a Pal Worlds killer. Might even take on Pokemon. Actually, there's a lot of similarities to Pokemon. So we'll do unhandled input enemy event or unhandled input player. Okay, so now this one is the player one. And then the enemy one is going to be that if you click this, it dies, which is actually a dumb way to handle this. We should probably just add in a... We'll just add in a, whatever it's called, a click signal or something. Is that doable with this? Do I have any, where's like Mage Sprite or something? Mage Sprite, yeah. Is there a click handler on this? Nope. Nope, there isn't. I guess I could add a collision shape to it and then just allow it to be done that way. But this is all just for testing anyway. In fact, I think this is stupid. So I think we're just going to delete this. Goodbye. All right, now enemies will randomly move within their regions. Okay, so this is unhandled input for the player. We have a physics process for if it has a target. And if not is owned by player, then we're going to say, well, and not has target. Then we're going to say obtain target. We only want this to happen every so often, though. So just for the sake of making this, yeah, let's just have it be like a 5% chance to find a new position, or 10% chance. Okay. Now obtain target. Func obtain target. This is not going to work. Enemies who want to obtain a target need to know what region they belong to. So like the Kanto region or the Johto region. And now we get into kind of a problem here because these are things that the player doesn't need to know. So we're essentially splitting this class, and the biggest sign of this was this right here. We have logic that's only applicable to one owner of this class. Excuse me. So this indicates that we should just have a different class here. Sprite for sure has mouse entered, mouse exited. Yeah, I don't even feel like doing that task though. There's no real point of just clicking to delete an enemy. We'll eventually have battling. And yeah, I could add a collision shape. Yep. The idea is that enemies walk toward the player. Not necessarily, no. They might just walk randomly. Some might walk toward the player. But yeah, I think some will just walk randomly. And that's all we're doing right now is the random part. Having them chase the player eventually could be fine. But I think the current problem that I'm coming up against here is like overworld character represents two things, a player and an enemy. And I think I want a separation there. So we could have an overworld character that as part of it has some sort of like enemy controller script. So we could just add child nodes with scripts to control this stuff. And this is where things get a little bit weird because in Unity, you have an entity component system and you could just start adding whatever components you want and you can fetch them very easily. And it's like baked into Unity. In Godot, I don't know what is idiomatic of Godot. And the way I want to do this is by adding nodes, and the nodes have scripts and the scripts know to control their parent essentially. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And I mean, that's part of, this is a prototype and that's what's come to my mind. So that's what we're going to try adding. So what should this first one be then? Because it's going to control an overworld character. And I guess this is like the enemy overworld character script. You can't attach multiple scripts, right? GD script, attach multiple scripts. I don't think you can. Possible to add multiple scripts to an object. Why is this taking so long? Scripts is extending the functionality. Can always add more nodes, yeah. Yeah, hey, this is fine. I'm totally fine with doing that. Why not extend overworld character? I don't want to start going too crazy with inheritance on this. And I kind of want to try this method out. That would be another way of doing this, by the way. Yes, and that would definitely work. We could have overworld character player and overworld character enemy and then put common functionality in the root. We could also just extend this by adding another script. I mean, a child node that has a script. No multiple scripts per object. Yeah, I'm going to try it this way, partially because I've just never really done things this way and I want to test it out. I would normally go the inheritance route for this. So how do I want to do this? We can just make an arbitrary node and attach a script to it at runtime. and that will work. Or we could make a scene that is that thing with a script, and it'd just be slightly easier to make a scene. So let's do that. So this is literally just going to be a, can we even change the type of this to something more basic? No, only node. This should actually just be a node, yeah, because it doesn't need a position. So we'll call this, what do we call this? Like enemy overworld character. And then attach a script to this that goes into here. And then save the whole thing as enemy overworld. Call methods downward, signal upward. I was thinking of having these things assume at least what the parent is, just to make it a little bit easier. So signaling upward in this case would be like, this is going to trigger that you have a target. And it could do so by signaling, hey, I have a target. And then the parent can listen to that signal. Or it could just, for right now, just start setting things directly. How about this? I think signals for setting a target is easy enough. So I think we can do that. So here's our extend node. Now, what do we want to do here? We want overworld character to have a, like a moving to target kind of thing. Yeah. So we'll have a signal for obtained target. Let's say obtain target position just to make it a little bit clearer, and we'll pass in a position. No, we can't exactly do that. We'll say target, which is a vector 2. All right, now in process, we're going to obtain a random target. Let's do this. I don't actually even need the delta. This would be a float. This would be a void. This isn't needed. So let's just have it get a random range of 0 to 200. Again, we're just starting this out. This needs to have eyes here. And then we do obtained target position dot emit vector 2, target x, target y. Do that. Okay, so if you're not controlled by the player, so if is owned by player, I guess we want if not owned by player, then we want to do overworld character dot add child, this thing, the enemy overworld character, class name enemy overworld. Okay, and the child we add is actually going to have to get loaded in properly, so let's do this. Overworld character. It's an enemy overworld character. So load from, let's just copy this thing. Oops. Oh wait, it was already typed out. We just need enemy at the beginning. All right, there we go. So we get this, we add it, and then we listen to a signal. Connect obtained target position. I always forget how this works. Connect is like that. And then we call this something like on obtain target. And then we go make this function. And that's that. This we only want to do every so often. This doesn't matter. This does matter. So like that. Obtain target. That is here. Okay, I think we're good. I mean, let's just try this and see what happens. Can I find any? Oh my God, this stupid problem. Got to restart Godot every time I do that. Okay, so now rand range not found, rand range. Should have been rand I range. Wait, what is this doing here? It shouldn't even exist. Yeah. Oh, right, has target doesn't work. Oh, right, here's the problem that we have. Yeah, I see. Hey, is Matt. Hey, Grace. Shouldn't it be obtain target position? Probably, yeah. This is the problem. All right, well, let's just get rid of this for now. So the enemy's just going to seemingly move kind of randomly, but it should at least work on obtain target. Invalid index get. Yeah, so this is the whole do your connect correctly. uh, all right, still what? This isn't even the script I have. Just close these things. I think it's failing to update from VS Code because this isn't the code I even have here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I think I need to close these and then also close this thing too and then replay it. What is going on? Like this isn't code I have here anymore. This happens every once in a while where these things get desynchronized. Maybe I just need to save this again. Oh, maybe I need to close this and then save it. Close this, stop this thing, then save. Okay. Did it update? No, it still didn't. I'm going to just close all of Godot right now. Yeah, this is GD script. I don't know where it's getting that code from. Let's see if it's working this time around. Okay, cool. It at least got the new code. So now I think this has to be self dot. I think that's required for that. Good. Yeah, that worked. All right, so now cannot resolve overworld character because of a parser error. That's strange. So a parser error. I would expect that to be in overworld character then. Is there a problem here? I don't actually see one. And then what was the problem that I said I was going to have here? Oh, which is this can't know if it has a target. Yeah. To do only find a new target if we don't have one. It says because of a parser error, but it doesn't actually say what the parser error is. Although there are two errors here. Could not resolve this. Cannot infer the type of overworld character because the value doesn't have a set type. Cannot use self inside a static function. Okay, that's the real problem. Oh, right. Oh, okay, I see. I don't know. Can you do this maybe? If that works, then we're great. This is still the broken code. I'm gonna try this again by just closing this. But this is getting frustrating. Also, I don't think this is how you do this. I think at least Godot 3 didn't even have a way for you to pass in a function. You had to pass in the name of the function. And maybe that's been fixed here. No, we can't do this on here yet. Well, also, if I were to do this, this wouldn't be private, I suppose. I don't think that has a role in this. I think it's just that I need to specify it by string name, probably. Oh, wait, are you saying I just named this wrong? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, the desync code thing, I don't know why that happens exactly. Only had to restart maybe a handful of times. It's been happening to me a lot today as I add in class name. And then it happens when I reload scenes, I think. I mean in the connect. Oh, are you saying I named the signal wrong? Yeah, okay. Oh my God. Oh, what a shame. Thank you. Yeah, not paying attention. Okay, so maybe the way I had this originally would work. Invalid index on this. Yeah, I don't think this will be allowed. Is there a way to specify this differently? Yeah, even this stopped. I wonder, let's just restart VS Code. Oh, nice. Now I'm actually getting errors. So I don't need to run this every time. I was wondering, huh, now we know what was wrong. Property this is not present on the inferred type enemy overworld character. Maybe present on a subtype. Oh, it's not even there. Yeah, that's true. It's actually on this thing. And this is, so this should just be overworld character. Wow. Turns out errors actually really help. There, now we can put underscores on this again. Hey, we did it. Okay, so enemies are just kind of randomly moving around all the time. That's what's supposed to be happening. Although let's get rid of the number 4,000 from here and set this back to 4. And then the problem that we have is that they're finding targets even when they already have a target. And this is set to a high enough value where that's going to look like they're just kind of jittering around all the time. This is now a slightly lower value, so they'll move less frequently, but they'll still get to the point where they're just going to random spots. And we also need to clamp this within the region that they're in. Oh, the keyboard I'm using is Acorn. Let me find this. Acorn. Is the load function async for Godot? I don't think it's asynchronous. Maybe there's a way to call it asynchronously. It's just a way of loading at runtime when you don't necessarily know what you're loading. So for example, let's say you have a gun that can shoot 4 different projectiles. You might not have those scenes loaded until you, well, a gun that shoots 4 projectiles, you probably want to load ahead of time. But maybe you don't know what level you're going to. The player goes through a warp and you have to load something at runtime. All right, so to do clamp within the region that the enemy patrols. Yeah, you can soft reload scripts. You can even reload the current project through here. I think there was some issue I was running into, and I think it was with C# where that didn't work, but I don't know for sure. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, this thing doesn't know whether you have a target or not. So in order for this to know, it's got to be able to access something in the parent. So I think we're just going to initialize this with an overworld character. There we go, void, and then just set this thing. Oh, it already had what I wanted. There, and we'll just set this to val and say this equals this. Yeah, sure. I done some. Sorry, I don't have my bot working on YouTube right now. I ran out of quota. But yeah, I've done a video on this. I've got my key map for it there. If you're curious, feel free to ask any other questions. All right, so now we call the init function from here. Okay, and then in here we can do if the overworld character has target. Yeah, and then there's a 10% chance. So that should fix that bug that we have. And now you should only find a target 10% of the time and when you don't already have one. So you should never see an enemy move in one direction and then change paths. Well, actually, I guess you technically could because they might have gotten to the end of their current path. All right, well, that's super frequent. So we should probably set this to way less frequent. Let's do that. This is 1/10 as often. And they should probably move slower as well, but I don't care about that. That part's not a big deal. Yeah, and I can move my own character here. Now it's just dodge the random enemies. Not that they do anything when they collide with you. You gonna go watch the corn video? Okay, yeah, take care, Cod. For those who don't know, I started streaming to YouTube about a month or a month and a half ago. Not that I get a lot of viewers or chat there. All right, so the final part of this, and this is going to be the harder part here, is every character needs to know what region it was spawned in if it's an enemy character. So in this particular case, we pass in the value of this, and then we also pass in a spawn region, which is going to be an enemy spawn region. Why is this failing? Oh, there we go. Cool. Now it's just unused. That's fine. And then we're going to set this val. This is a spawn region. Come on, you can do it. There we go. There. All right, so clamp within the spawn region. So we are in world coordinates. We want the spawn region that we have to just give us a position that we can go to. And I guess we pass in the extents of our self. What's going wrong here? Integer division, decimal probably discarded. Oh. All right, so enemy spawn region. So we had this spawn enemy and it gave us a position. We want now for... We want it to give us a random position in here. So we can just make a public function here like generate position within region. Done. AI is so great. All right, so spawn position is now just going to be that. Generate position within region. Or probably just generate position. No, that's fine. Within region. I think that's probably superfluous to put the within region. This part shouldn't probably be here. Yeah, this shouldn't be here. And eventually this could have logic to dodge, I don't know, whatever random static objects in there. For the enemy overworld character now, when we spawn our thing, we're going to set this to, so var spawn region dot this. We're going to call this something like, I guess just target. Then, how do we do this? No, we probably need to tell it our extents that we have, or always subtract. How do I want to do this? Where'd that go? Yeah, here we just have generate position within region, but this does not keep track of what your size is to know what the maximum is. So how about we do that? We'll say like, width. Darn, I don't know what to call this. It's essentially how much I want to subtract from the width. I'll just call it width offset. Width offset int. Can you have default variables in Godot? I don't actually remember. Offset int equals 0. Unused parameters, it's totally fine. Now we just do minus and minus. Any tips for me to type faster? I'm stuck on 50 words per minute. Do you type correctly? So like, do you use the right finger for each key? So I'd say the general tips that I have are 1, learn to type correctly. And then 2, learn to type without looking. And then 3, start typing like this, where you write out a sentence. And if you make a typo, so let's say you missed this, you stop immediately and start on a new line and then try writing it out again. And just keep doing that until you typed out the correct sentence and with the correct fingers. And that way you'll find out that you do something like this, where you end up making mistakes around the same general letters each time. And so the next time you try to type it, you'll be like, I should really slow down after typing the E here. And it really does work. Or I'll play typing games or something. Yep, the stream is turning back to game dev, at least for the next couple weeks. And then if this prototype turns out to be fun, then we'll probably pursue it. And if it's not fun, we'll do what we can to try to fix it, but we're not going to spend, months making a game that wasn't fun to begin with. This is how I want to pursue pretty much every project from now on. If it's a project to learn, then it doesn't need to be good, right? You can learn. If it's a project that's supposed to be a product, then you should really make sure the product is viable before pursuing it. What's the general plan for the next 2 years? So all of 2024 is just Explorer content creation. And so for the next, I don't know, couple of weeks, I don't know how long this will take, is going to be the game prototype, mentoring, interviewing, code reviews, and maybe course creation. I'm not sure. Then after that, well, I shouldn't say next couple of weeks. It's going to be mostly, yeah, well, I guess it's going to be mostly that stuff. Then if the prototype is fun, then all of that stuff still. And then any remaining months, I'll just figure it out. But then 2025, the focus will shift a little toward monetizing somehow. I still haven't totally figured that out. I also found out there's a keyboard type called Ergo Split, which is similar to the Corn, but more keys. I guess technically even the Corn is an ergonomic split keyboard. So it's just how many keys do you want on it. Botland 2024. I eventually want to make a Botland too, but I don't know when that would be. But yeah, game dev is something I've been excited about. And I've been doing, I mean, for those who haven't seen this, I keep a journal. I already filled it out for today. But every day I try to have no more than 2 bullet points. And so if you just look at these columns going back to when I started streaming again back in December, a lot of it was this Project Abbott. That's actually the bot that's responding here. And then there was Jump Royale, which is the game we play on breaks. And then there were some other things that we tried out. I did a code jam at one point. And we learned some Godot multiplayer stuff. And then that got me thinking, you know, I do want to get back into games. So I'm happy with where we are. I like how this prototype is going. I like that I'm cutting corners and just kind of figuring out how this goes. I think that this is still sort of a little bit slower than I would expect. And I think part of it is I really haven't used Godot and GDScript extensively for a long time. And even back when I used it the first time around, it was for like a month. So I'm getting back in the swing of things. I'm remembering the paradigms of how you're supposed to do stuff. And then there are other things we got to like figure out as we go. We're coming up on almost the next break time. Before we get to that, I want to see if I can get this to work. Oh yeah, right. I had made this whole generate position within region. Yeah, so let's go get generate position within region. There was this one, which should take in the constants.character. It's not, why doesn't this autocomplete for me? Character sprite size. And then the same thing. Cool. We're probably only ever calling it with this as the argument, but it should be parameterized. And now it is. So there it is. And then we delete this, and then we delete this. And we just end up with target. And now we just need to make sure that we're passing in the region every time we do this. So .init. Go to here and pass in a region. So what is the region that we spawned this player in? I do not know. Because we just called create overworld character. I guess for enemies, we need to know what this is. Overworld character. We could pass in this region, I suppose. Itself. Yeah, a little bit weird. Maybe we could just change this to create enemy character. In fact, that's all we're ever really doing here. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that indeed. Okay, I like where this is going. I'm going to finish this up and then we're going to take the break. Where did that code go? Here. All right, so we're going to say create enemy overworld character. Good. Now that goes here. All right, so it is owned by player. It's not there. We're going to say region or like spawn region is going to be an enemy something. What do I call this? Region something? Enemy spawn region. I know it's right up there. I just can't see it because my camera's blocking it, which is really stupid. That's the state I'm in. So the first thing we do is we create an overworld character. Bar overworld character. Good. This is not needed now. Oh, that is owned by player. I guess we set this to false. And then we put all of this stuff up here. And we pass in the spawn region. And then we return this. All right, I think we're good. Did I? Yeah, I don't know. I think we're good. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? So now slime should move within slime zone, and these guys should move within desert zone. It looks like it's working. Amazing. Now I can just walk right through them all. Look at that. So bold. Wow. Well, awesome. I'm going to take a break. You can all play Jump Royale. I'll come back and we will mark this task as done. I guess we'll do that before I even leave. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey, everybody. Close the game. Okay, so this task was finished. Oh, wait. This should automatically go over there, right? Let's just refresh. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, so next up is get manual battling working. Seem less concerned with growth now that you're back to doing something fun. Accurate assessment, or maybe you decided on your growth strategy. I think I just want to grow YouTube at this point. I don't think growing Twitch will do anything for me unless I grow it to the point where it's, you know, like 5,000 viewers or something. And I think the path to growing Twitch is not through Twitch, at least not as a development streamer. I think it's through other platforms. So yeah, I'm not super concerned right now. The other thing too, there are so many things to do and so many things to think about that I just thought if 2024 is supposed to be a time of exploration, I should be actually exploring and figuring out what do I want to do. I've expressed this thought before, but imagine over the course of your career, imagine if I just said, you know what, you have 20 years to accomplish your goals. I'm gonna, you know, I give you whatever, you know, 500K per year or something. Like you're not concerned about money at all, pretty much. Imagine if you had this. The first, whatever, 3 years or something, maybe you travel, maybe you pursue your hobbies, you do whatever you want, you start developing those things over the next 5 years. You know, when you're 15 years in, you still have 5 years left. Like, what are you doing with that time at that point? What haven't you accomplished? What took you that long to get to that point? And you'll change over those 15 years, so you'll figure out what it is you want to do next. For me, the way I look at it is I always try to build up what I'm doing here to be sustainable. So I want to be doing this for many, many years if I can. And I have a lot of different goals and ideas and things I want to learn. And even with all that, I don't know how many years I'll have sort of like ideas for and content for. And at some point I'll probably burn out on making videos or on streaming or something. So I don't know. I'm trying to just live more in the moment and enjoy this. And I've been really excited about game design and game development. So I might as well pursue that for now. And maybe in the future I find something else I want to do. That's one very nice game. The Jump Royale thing you're talking about, Carson? Yeah, I think the other thing that would make this probably tough is if we prototype, like, here's a sort of bad outcome. Let's say we prototype the game and then it's not fun and we can't make it fun. I think this would be upsetting because, like, I think there's something here. And the reason it would upset me is if it's like, well, it turns out there's nothing and we can't even make it fun. If you quit everything now, how long can you live without a recurring income? It is pretty personal. And I think to even kind of partially answer your question would probably be a little too personal. So I can't really address any of it for right now. Oh, I see. Yeah, Carson. Yeah. I didn't know if you were talking about the game I'm making now or the Jump Royale one. No. Don't ever feel bad about asking a personal question, or at least not one that's, you know, like a reasonable personal question. I think there's some incredibly personal stuff you could probably ask where I would maybe be offended, but no, that's all. I can always choose not to answer. That's fine. All right, so let's check this in, which means actually looking over our code, making sure everything looks good. Yeah, we added in some auto loads here. I don't know if there are any things I'd want to turn into constants now that we have the ability to do that. But let's just look through some of this stuff. Again, I'm not concerned with splitting up file sizes here or commits. Yeah, this is done. I kind of want to write here. This is intended to be added to an overworld character to make it an enemy. Yeah. AI. So great. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe I should write this as a to-do. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see anything unusual here. Why is this red? Static function not found in base. That's not true. You're lying to me, code. Variant was provided for overworld character? What? What? I'm just going to restart this whole thing. I don't think this is even correct. Is it going to highlight red again? I don't think so. Oh, hey, Abby. Pineapple on pizza. I like pineapple on pizza. I think the best pizza topping though is spinach, unless you count crushed red pepper, but spinach for sure. And there's a pizza place by me where you can like choose your own toppings. They make these like personal pan pizzas. And I don't really like the place all that much, but every time I go, I'm like, can you put extra spinach? And they put on like a little more than normal. And I'm like, no, but like a lot more than that. They seem very reluctant. It's like it's green gold. Wild take. Hey, don't knock it till you tried it. And if you have tried it, feel free to knock it. I don't know where that problem even was, but it's gone away. I just want to make sure I'm not looking over the same diff multiple times. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Oh, right. So now we have input here, but this is only on the player version of this. Okay, well, I'll just add this to cleanup. Cleanup stuff. Edit. Split overworld character further so that anything player specific goes into its own script like I did with enemy stuff. Are we talking main ingredient or topping? I don't tend to have lots of toppings on pizzas. Actually, you know what is a really good combo? Big arugula balsamic. Hi, Abby. Hi, cat. You know, I really need to get you a cat bed or something up here. Am I vegetarian? No, I'm not vegetarian. You hate arugula? You're gonna sit on my keyboard? Seriously? How dare you, cat? What a good cat. Main ingredient of the pizza is the pizza itself. Oh, look at you. You found exactly where my hands want to be, which is on the keyboard. Don't come up. Oh, good cat. I love this cat. She's so cute. Oh, you're gonna just get cat hair all over my keyboard? Just scratching her head. You know, at some point, I want to be productive. All right. Well, what's up next? Oh, I never finished. No, 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 no. Let me commit. Let me commit. Come on. Cat. All right. Just sit down and not on the keyboard. She really wants to rub against my hand, and my hand is on the mouse. So then she ends up rubbing against the mouse. You just can't help yourself. Okay, well, I don't know. Whoops. All right, can you sit down? That's a good girl. Okay, I looked over all this stuff, right? Yeah, so this was add in enemies spawning and regions. Add in enemies spawning. There are now 2 regions that will spawn a selection of enemies. The enemies will move around within their regions. There we go. Cat wants more toppings on your VS Code pizza. That she does. I wonder what percentage of the waking time the cat has that they're licking themselves for. Because when Abby's awake, it seems like it's, 5 minutes every hour at least. Abby, your first cat? No. Well, first cat, like my parents had cats. But this is my first cat, I guess. I just love cats. And my wife is also now a cat lover. She's like on the desk and the chair. What a sweet baby. Yes. Yes, you are. Well, okay. I think at some point I'm gonna have to move her because I do want to get some work done. And as much fun as it is to just pet you and give you attention. Yeah, I'm hers, not the other way around. She owns the house. She owns this keyboard. She's helping. She probably is helping. It actually is good to take a break and just chat for a little bit. I guess as long as I'm going to be chatting, let me move this over to the... What is going on? Oh, she's sitting on a modifier key? Are you, cat? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Friend's cat always lays on his stomach while gaming. Yeah, I think that's nice. Like, Abby usually wants to be around, but not in this room. So she'll be, like, in the hallway or something, or on the bed. But, yeah, as of late, I think she's taken to doing this a little bit more often. Probably because I'm giving her attention. If I don't want to encourage this, I shouldn't be doing this. But she's just so cute. You're not purring, though. Why aren't you purring? Oh, no, she started purring. I feel like you can't say that to a human. You can't be like, why aren't you smiling? With a cat, you totally can. Okay, will you let me do work? You want to just sit there? All right, let's get back into this. Okay, so not doing cleanup stuff next. We're going to be doing this, manual battling. This is not something we're going to get done with today. This is a massive task. So when you and an enemy collide, enter a battle. Set that the enemy and your character are in a battle so that neither enters K battle. I think that was just a typo. Neither enters battles while already in one. Always generate more than one enemy for now within the battle. What do you think about writing and drawing stuff on an actual whiteboard? Am I crazy for drafting ideas on it? I don't think you're crazy for doing that. I think some people generally like that. I think there's something much more tactile about using a physical means of writing something. And it's also persistent and takes no electricity. So I think there's some benefits in it. And I always say this, but if it works for you, then great, just continue to do it. I've never liked doing that. I'm very much like word oriented with my thoughts, not visual oriented. And so I just write things out in a new editor or something. That generally helps. Oh, okay. Show a battle scene above where your character is. Show a cooldown bar for your character's turn. No need to show for enemies. Show life bars for everything in battle. Okay, so I think we should start with the basics. And this is kind of written out in the order I would do it. So yeah, when you and an enemy collide, enter a battle. Set that the enemy and your character are in battle, and then neither enters battles randomly. And then yeah, prevent you from moving while you're in battle. Prevent you from moving on the overworld while you're in battle. I think this will be fun, but like I said, there's no way we can get done with this today. So when you and an enemy collide, enter a battle. So right now we don't have any sort of... Oh, you know what? We don't have any colliders on any of these things, but also we need to add it for every single one of these scenes. Can we close all these? Close all tabs. Yeah, right now we have 6 different scenes for all essentially the same thing. Like, look at this. Bat sprite and then rat sprite. They're the same thing. They really should just be parameterized through code. And then by doing that, we could have one collider for it, I guess. Take care, artifacts. Also, this is an animated sprite right now. I'm pretty sure that's what the type is. Yeah. And it would have to be... how would this have to work? Let me open up a new window here. Where did I do this? Prototype. How far did I even get this thing? I think something here had the collider setup that I wanted. I think you just put a collision shape. What is this? Yeah, physics body and underneath it a collision shape. Yeah, so the animated sprite would be underneath the physics body. So I'd have to change all this. Yeah, I think now is probably the time to clean this up. Because otherwise we're going to have to modify a ton of scenes and a lot of different things, and it's just going to be very tedious. Duplicate more code. I wonder if there is a cat sprite that I have. Also, hi, Eric. Have you thought of the timing? Will time continue for other entities, or will it stop globally like in Pokemon? So time will continue, because one of the main points of this is that it's going to be an automated game. And so something I'm not certain about is how many accommodations do I want to make for when it is all manually controlled. So like you'll start the game, you'll have one character, and I mean, actually, technically I'll show this from the beginning, I guess. Okay, so this will be a little bit more easy to envision now. So you'll start, here's the title screen, you click start new game. I mean, imagine that you had menu options there or something like that. Now it says select the character above, so you can pick between one of the 3 starting classes, and you can read about them here, and you hit start game as mage. And so there, you're plopped into the world. I don't think the enemies would probably be moving around all that much. Like you wouldn't just stand here and get into a battle, that would be pretty bad. So you will eventually, like, it'll tell you something like, hey, welcome to whatever, Idle Descendant or Ascendants, and you can right click to move or something like that. And so you move around and you eventually click this and you get into a battle. So now a battle screen will pop up here. These other enemies will probably still move around. They don't have to, I guess. And maybe we can transition into a full screen battle screen, but that'll be confusing for when you're not manually controlling it anymore. Yeah. You can hit F6 to play the open scene. Yeah, but I wanted to go back to the beginning of the game. In the beginning of the game, I have a checkbox that says whether or not to show the title screen at all. So I guess I could have opened the... No, wait, I don't think I could have. Yeah, anyway, so we'll get the colliding working. I will make... So there are 2 different ways I could do this. I could make the entirety of the sprite stuff be in code, or I could do partial code and partial scene. I could see a benefit for doing either one. I think the easiest one would be, though, to make a scene. Yeah, I think it's to make a scene. I think we'll do that. F5 for main, F6 for current. Right. I'm aware of that. I guess what I was trying to say is I have the game scene leads to the title screen, which leads to the character select, which leads to the world. But the problem is that game has a Boolean saying like skip the title screen. And if this is checked, then the game just goes directly to the world anyway. And so I wanted to go to the title screen, and I could have loaded title screen, I guess, but I don't think it has the logic to initialize itself. Stop making a scene. Yeah, I keep thinking about that. Okay, so if we're gonna do this partially there, then we're gonna make some generic like character sprite, and it would have a collider, but only the overworld ones would need a collider. I guess in the actual game they wouldn't. When I say actual game, I mean in battles. Is there a need for a collider in battle? I might as well just do it. Yeah, fine. Let's make a new scene. Not a folder. New scene, and we're gonna call this character sprite. Yeah. Oh, nice. That actually named the root. I like that. I mean, in the automation phase, that's all right, but what happens when another enemy intersects with your character while your manual battle drags on? That time it's trading one edge case, multi-party battles versus another, handling weird time stopping. Yeah, the collisions will be ignored while you're battling, but you actually bring up an interesting point that I hadn't thought of, which is your battle might end and another enemy might be right on top of you, in which case you get into another battle immediately and you're like, what just happened? So there need to be some iframes in between getting into battles. Add iframes that prevent getting into a battle when idling after a previous battle. Yeah. Or just, nah, I think it's just gotta be iframes. Yeah, there's no other way to do that. Because you might accidentally click outside afterward or something like that, and I don't want to get you into a battle. So I think you just need to stop. If there are enemies nearby when starting a fight, should the enemies form a group? No, I think that would also be kind of confusing. And I think that would stop. I don't know. Yeah, I think that would be kind of confusing. That's kind of what happens in Ophog, and I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I will say this. Part of the reason we're prototyping all this is I have a theory this will be fun, but I don't know for sure. So if it turns out that, hey, you know what would make this even more fun is if enemies could join a battle while it's already ongoing. And like, maybe that's true. And maybe it's just extra complexity and maybe it's not more fun. All right, so character sprite is just a node right now. We want to make this into a physics something or other. I guess a kinematic body. Actually, it's not even a kinematic body. What is this? There's no real collision, right? I guess there should be at some point. Yeah, I guess it should be a kinematic body. But why is it not showing up? What is it called? I thought it was a kinematic body. Oh, I'm not misremembering this, right? What is going on here? Why do I only see rigid body? If I search for... What is going on right now? I'm not making this up, right? There is a kinematic body? Kinematic body. It isn't a thing. What does character body inherit from? Physics body. Oh. Did they simplify things? Was that a Godot 3 thing? It's called character body now. Interesting. Oh. Well, well, well. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it changed in Godot 4. Thanks, Poetry. Yeah. Huh. Okay, well, that's what I want this to be. Character body. And then underneath that, we have a collision shape 2D. And we have an animated sprite. And the collision shape is going to have to match what we have for the sprite. So let's go back over to here. So for now, let's just make the sprite be something. It'll have, well, it'll need a new sprite frames, I guess. I actually could take sprite frames from anything else that we have. I probably want like one thing to make sprite frames for this. And then just reuse them everywhere. Yeah, that would make the most sense. Okay, so for now, let's just make this something. It doesn't need, it could just be whatever. Just click any of these. Not that. This, and then something in here. Yeah, sure, whatever. All right, then we set our shape based on U. So new rectangle shape. Let's put this below so that we can see. And let's do that. And let's hope that that's actually 24 by 24. Can we see how big this is? We can't. Drat. There really is no way to do that? Oh man, I want to know how many pixels this is. Is there really no way to do that? It's grid snapping. This is, I don't know. Hey, APX. Well, whatever. This is probably fine. If it's not fine, then we're not going to do anything about it. Now we delete the animated sprite, and then here's where things start getting a little bit complex. So we had a script over here for, what do we call this? Animated character sprite. Yeah, so this is just going to be character sprite now. Yeah, that looks good. Looked like it was 24 by 24. Oh, there are templates for this. I guess I want it to just be node. Oh, no, object empty. Extends character body. Interesting. Bald Bearded Builder, thanks for the raid. How'd the stream go? And welcome in, everybody. I am working on a game called Idle Ascendants. I am very early on in development. So we're just prototyping this. Here's what we have so far. We have a world map, which consists of 2 regions, which are green and yellow. And you can right-click your character to move in the world. And that's it. You can't get into battles yet or anything. It's just what you see here. So what we're going to do next is make it so that you can collide with these and then get into a battle. And when you're in a battle, then we have quite a lot of work to do. So that's where we stand. If you want to see the design of this game, green region is pretty good. I hear it's a pretty good starter zone for Sonic. The yellow one, not so much. Yeah, so welcome in. Let me know if you have any questions. What does this say? A sprite frame resource must be created or set to display frames. Yeah. So we got the script. This extends character body 2D. Should it? I guess because it needed collision. Yeah, I guess so. What language am I using? Yeah, I'm using the Godot, whatchamacallit. It's GD script. And part of the reason I'm using GD script is that C# doesn't support a web export right now. And the whole point of what I'm doing here is we're prototyping for I guess, to test for fun. So that's the whole point of this, which is why these zones look so stupid. They look stupid because that's all you need to know that this is a world. If this doesn't look good and I tell people like, oh yeah, imagine that it actually looked good, that's easy enough for you to kind of fill in your head. But if I'm like, oh, imagine that battles were fun, that would be much harder for you to fill in your head. So that's why we're cutting a lot of corners. Yeah, I think about that when I say that, Bald Breeder Builder. I just wonder what people think. What's the point of having a collision shape without an area 2D? Of having a collision shape without an area 2D? What do you mean? I have my physics body here and then a collision shape here. Yeah, the physics body acts as your area 2D, I guess. Oh yeah, thank you, Karsten. And yeah, I'm looking forward to developing it. Okay, so in this case, we need to do a few things. We need to do what we had in animated character, whatever. That goes here. Let's just copy the whole thing. So that's our animations for our sprite frames. We actually need to make the sprite frames. So var sprite frames equals. Now I don't know how to do this. And I probably did this in some other code that I had. Just search for sprite frames. What was that code that I made? Jump Royale. Yeah, of course. Jump Royale isn't in here. That's why we're not finding it. I think we did it there, though. If I search for sprite frames, does that show up? Yes, it does. Look at that. Sprite frame creator. This is pretty much what I want. I'm going to have to recreate this whole thing. I didn't see physics body. It's the character thing. The character body inherits from physics body. Which is why there was no error on this. So character sprite is just the name of my class, but its type is character body, which inherits from physics body. Look at this beautiful code. Yeah. Wonder who touched this code. So this is sort of what I want to do. Yeah, this is sort of what I want to do. I need to make a sprite frames. How do we even do that? Yeah, we made a new one and then said add animation. Okay, so how do we do it here? I haven't made a new anything, have I? I don't even know. Let's search for new. Do we ever do this with something like a, oh, area 2D.new? Yeah, okay, cool. So sprite frames .new. Okay, so there's that. Now we add in add animation. Yeah, default. And then we need to add frame. And for this, let's just hard code it to 2 random creatures. I don't really care. We'll fix that in a sec. So Oryx fantasy creatures 99 and 98. They're probably 2 different creatures entirely. So what is this? Sprites. Oh wait, this isn't even the right folder. Let's go into the right folder. Code, Godot, Idle, Assets, Oryx, Creatures. Yeah, these. All right. So it's in Assets, Oryx, Creatures. And then the names are things like this. So there's 1 and there is 2. Let's make sure that 209 actually exists. It does. Great. Okay, so we have 2 random things that are coming out of here. I don't know what they are. It doesn't matter. And then we set the animation speed of default to 2. This is what, a different tab character? Yeah, why is this yellow now? Argument 2 requires a subtype texture 2D. As texture 2D. There we go. Okay, so here's our sprite frames. Now we need our animated sprite to set those sprite frames. Oh, what do we call this? Animated sprite 2D. Animated sprite 2D dot, was it set frames? Set sprite frames? Oh, what's it called? There's set animation speed, set loop. This just sets everything, and then we need to get this elsewhere. I don't know. Oh, it's in animations or something, isn't it? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. What do they call this? What do they call this? It looks like it's just sprite frames. Animated sprite 2D. String name animation. Current animation for the sprite frames resource. I think we just set this. Sprite frames is not present. Oh, right. Oh, right, because it only knows that this is a node. Oh my God. Animated sprite 2D. Okay. Now it should work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that sets our sprite frames. And I think if we just start now, so let's run this scene. It's probably correct, but it's not easy to see. So we need to scale this up by quite a lot. Where is the scale? Scale, make gigantic. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, so there's one frame. We need to make it autoplay. Is it autoplay on here? Autoplay is not present on the inferred type. All right, it's not on sprite frames. Set loop and set speed. I want it to loop. So I guess let's set that. I guess it should know that it's playing by default. Maybe it doesn't. No, it's still not animating. Also, there's a bug in here. What is this? Already has animation default? Oh, so you don't need to add that? I keep doing that. I don't ever mean to do that. Yeah, all we need to do is just set this to actually play. And I don't know how to do that. Sprite frame is here. It thinks it's an object. Centered. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to inspect this thing any further. Maybe an animation. Maybe then I hit play. I don't think that's correct. Do you do most of your component settings in scripts or setting them in the editor? I like to use scripts because I feel like it's just so much easier to extend afterward. I think the editor, if I'm only going to do one of something, I think doing it through the editor makes sense. So in this case, I kind of did a combination of both. I didn't want to set up this hierarchy inside of a script, even though it's possible to do that. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know how to make this autoplay. Is there an auto thing in here? No, there isn't. So then it's probably not even here. It's probably an animated sprite. Oh, there it is, autoplay. Why is it a string? The key of the animation to play when the scene loads. So maybe we set it to default? Autoplay equals, I don't know, default? Does that work? I don't think so. It's possible that it is animating and it's just offset by enough to be unclear. So I could set this to like this and this. That didn't even do anything. Why didn't that do anything? 500, 500. There we go. It's also possible they're just the same sprite. So let's just open them both up and see. I doubt they are. So there's sprite number 1, and then sprite number 2 is this. No, they're definitely different sprites. So I'm just not playing this. I have loop set. Hey, HK. Maybe I just need to set, like, call play default. Yeah, maybe that's it. Hey, we did it. Okay. So the next step is to make it use the actual images that I want. So that's not something we could know at ready time. I guess it is something we can know at ready time. So we'll just say var character type equals a string, I guess. And func init character type val string. And we just set this here. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Then over here, we need to get your 2 frames that you have. So we'll say var frames is an array of strings. Yeah, and then match on character type. Case warrior. Okay, now here's the annoying part. All of these are going to be different. And, oh, it's not case. Excuse me. All these are going to be different, and I don't know what they're supposed to be. Assert false, invalid character type. Sure. Okay, so we'll just get this working for the warrior first. So character type equals warrior. All right, now we can delete this, and we can just say for frame in frames, add frame. Expected indentation. Oh, yeah. And then invalid argument for load. Oh, yeah. Is it easier to create these animations in the editor and reference them in the code, or does it not really matter? So in this particular case, I'll show you what we've got that we're working with here. There are these sliced characters, and you see how many different sprites there are here? So if I were to make scenes out of all of these, I'd end up with this number of sprites divided by 2, because each one has 2 frames. And it would just be so tedious to do. So instead, I think it's easier to just make them through code, because I already have 6 of them, and I'm like sick of it. So here's bat sprite, right? And look at this. It's a sprite, it has a script. And then here's rat sprite, and it's a sprite and it has a script. And what I want to do now is I want to add in collision shapes for all of them. So I need to go to 6 different scenes and add them. And 6 is not so bad, right? But now imagine if I had 20 or 40 or 200. It's like, okay, that's a lot of manual work. So that's when I start to just shift to using scripts for this stuff. So I think this should be working now. It should always be the warrior graphic. So if we go back to here, that is not the warrior. Oh, I never made it the warrior. What am I talking about? It should just be what we had before. Okay, but now it should know what we actually need. So we'll search for warrior sprite and we'll get the numbers from there. It is, oh, are you kidding me? It says 24x and 24x. Where's the, it's 01 and 19. Okay, there we go. 01 and 19. Okay, so that should be the warrior graphic. Yep, there we go. So that's a warrior. We need that for all of these. So mage sprite is, where are those numbers? 4 and 22. All right, mage, rogue, bat, rat, slime, and one more, snake. All right, so this is 4 and 22. Rogue is 37 and 55. Now this is probably just like ASCII and that they're always offset by 18, but I'm not going to just assume that, even though it looks like it's always been true so far. 219 and 237. 219, 237. Rat sprite. 224 and 242. 218 and 236. Snake is 226 and 244. 226 and 244. Okay, cool. So that's all of them. And now we need to use this everywhere and not the things that I had. So instead of ever doing mage sprite, for example, let's have it just work for the main player for now. So instead of this sprite scene path, we're gonna delete it, I guess. Yeah, just delete it entirely. And now instead of doing this, where we load an animated sprite, we're going to load a, what do we call it? A character sprite. It's so stupid sometimes. Class name, character sprite. Okay, so how does this work now? This always comes from the same path, which is res. Is that supposed to have 2 slashes or 1 slash? Yeah, 2 slashes. Res scenes character sprite.tscn. So we load the sprite. This is a character sprite. We need to initialize it, sprite.init, with your character class. And then that's it. We're pretty much done. And then setting the offset, this won't actually work because now it's got to be different. So this should be part of init or ready or something like that. So let's just delete it for now. And the final thing we need is this thing's offset to be set correctly? Is it an offset? It is an offset. We could just make it not be centered. Nah, whatever. Now, if I'm going to do this 3 times, I might as well do sprite equals this as this. And then delete these 3 things and just set sprite. Use tab instead of... Oh, come on. Variable sprite has no static type. That is fine. We will give you one. And there. So now if I hit play, I think the character, the warrior character, should just look the same as it always did. There's no difference, but you got to trust me that it works. Yeah, I think it is. The way we can really test this is by trying to load the other ones now. So start new game and, oh, this is not working. If I start as mage, what happens? It works there. It doesn't work on the character select screen. In fact, that's probably the only one I tried modifying right now. Let's go see where I wrote that code. Where is it? I don't even know. Yeah, it was the character select screen. So then we just broke everything. Ah, how fun. All right, what did we break? Load character sprite, initialize it, add it in the sub viewport. I wonder if it's even in here. Remote game screen. What? Am I even on the right screen right now? I must be, yeah. Yeah, it must be in here. Yeah, of course. It's got to be in here, sub viewport. Yep, there it is. Okay, so there's the character sprite. What does this look like? Can I see this somehow? What does this button do? No, that's not what I want. I can't see it, but it is toggling between frames. So presumably it exists. Maybe. What used to be here? I don't have a ring command. Are you wondering why I switched from a blue ring to a red ring? because my blue ring was breaking after a couple of years. I should probably make a ring command. A couple of people have tried using one. Make a ring command. Like, wow, the first one broke and they're just silicone rings. Link to it on Amazon. All right, so what do we used to do here? Offset. Yeah, that was it. We just instantiate this thing. I don't see a problem with this. Yeah, I mean, obviously there has to be a problem with this. I just don't know what it is. It would be nice if I could get some more insight by just looking over here. But yeah, there's seemingly no way to do this. I only see this and I just don't know, like, is it correct? Character type is set to warrior. How did that happen? Oh, I think I set it for everyone to warrior. That's how that happened. Is it the same over here? Yeah, it's set to warrior. Multiplayer authority, server, path. Yeah, I don't see any issues. Oh, that looks like an issue. Position is set to 500, 500. Oh my God, of course. Oh no. Oh my God. I cracked myself up. Okay, yeah, I forgot to do something. I forgot to do something very important, which is not have this thing be in the middle of nowhere. Where did I even set? I set the scale somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Just delete this stuff. There. Problem solved, question mark? Problem solved. Except for now they're all the warrior. Although that's an easy fix. That is because in character sprite, I force it to be warrior. So no longer. Whew. All right, we got the warrior, we got the mage, we got the rogue. Okay, so now what we need to do is use these from anywhere else that I might have had. Where is anywhere else? I guess we search for mage sprite. Yeah, here. Start game with character. I gotta do this with slimes and stuff too. Create overworld character. No, we just pass in the character class now. Yeah, and then just delete this entire thing. This is wonderful. Look at that. Bunch of code just gone. Now we take in the character class. And then we load the overworld character. Instead of this stupid thing, we're going to get a character sprite now. Let's find it that way. Looks good. What kind of ring were you talking about? Some sort of gadget? No, just my ring that I have equipped that gives me plus fire damage. But the other one was ice resist. They're silicone, so after a couple of years, they just start to tear. Well, maybe part of it has to do with it. I just literally never removed this thing. So I worked out with it on. I, wash my hands, shower, etc. So it's got all the elements hitting it. I want to change this line. All right. Character sprites should probably have something that does this for me and just produces one out of, yeah, it should. I should do that. I'm gonna write this down. Character sprite should have a static initializer. I don't want to do this yet. We don't need the offset anymore. That can be deleted. This stuff, this should just be fine now. Yeah. Is it just gonna work? I don't know. Let's see. I pick a character. I immediately get an assertion. Invalid character type slime sprite. Oh yeah, of course. Because now this is just supposed to be a character class. Where did we do this? Oh, %s sprite. There it is. Okay, so this should now just be an enemy type. and I think we're good. All right. Code cleaned up, code not cleaned up. Bright pink is not a good sign. Could not what? Where'd that error go? Could not parse global class character sprite from character sprite? What? Use tab for indenting instead of spaces? Can I just convert tabs to space? Convert indentation to spaces. Take that. That wasn't even really the problem, huh? Expected indent. Oh my god, are you kidding? Are these tabs or spaces? All right, fine. Let's do this. Oh, we can't do that. We need to search for this instead. No, we can't do that either. Okay, fine. We'll just tab these in manually. Oh, but then frames need to be tabbed in too. All right. Well, this sucks. Does that work? Looks like it worked. Only thing I don't see is a snake, and I think that's just random luck. This is part of a course. We compare two fingers and create a slide about effects of the ring. Maybe I will. Oh, take care, Smooth. Sorry, I didn't see that until just now, and I know that was like 4 minutes ago. I know in the past you've hung around for a little bit, so maybe you still heard me, but have a nice night. Okay, so I think we're good. I think there should be nothing that looks like sprite.tscn unless it's character sprite. Yeah, and then this I wanted to put as a static function over here. So let's just copy paste this over to here. Static func. Yeah, sure, whatever, create. Is that already right? Sprite equals, no, it is not correct. Let's just use the code that was on my clipboard that I know is correct. Now what's the problem? Oh, indentation level. Here. Now character class is not defined because this is called the wrong thing because I relied on AI. And now we're good. So now in the places that we had made one of these things and we did this, this can now just be sprite equals character sprite dot create out of your character class. Nice. We do the same thing down here, right? Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? It does. All right, fantastic. Now, what was the problem that I just ran into there? Oh yeah, the game is not skipping the title screen. Problem solved. Okay, so character sprite should have a static initializer. So all of that work was to get to the point where we have a collider. And the reason we even needed to do that work is because I didn't just make dynamic sprites from the get-go. So I would have needed to add this to like 6 different scenes. So now we have colliders and could make it so we can collide, but we'll have to do that after the break. Code is unreadable to me. What's the problem? Because I can explain stuff if you want me to. Unfortunately, it's not public code, so I can't just link you to stuff. Talking about Godot. Right, I get that, but like, what's the problem? Because I think the general reasons why something could be unreadable is bad code, it could be an unknown language, and it could be just like a totally different paradigm within a language. Because I think this is pretty close to Python. So I think if Python looks unreadable, then I think this would also probably look unreadable. And I think as far as code quality goes, this is definitely not like production quality, but it's also not horrendous right now. Just unknown language paradigm, yeah. Well, I will say this. I think a lot of this is easy enough to read if you know some of the basics. So if we look at something like this, for example, what we're doing here is we're setting the frames that we need for each sprite. So this that you see, this is two different sprites, which is what makes it look like the warrior's going like up and down. Those two sprites need to be set somewhere. So we have their frames right here. And then down here, we go through each frame and add it to our sprite frames and then set that we're going to play that animation. The best code is the code that gets her done. Yeah. Yeah, in a performant enough way, in a compressed enough way. Wouldn't want to release a 63 gigabyte game, for example. Don't know why that number just randomly came up. I'm going to take a break. And then I think we are going to go for an extra hour today and see if we can at least get some of this stuff done or maybe come up with some more tasks. So yeah. All right. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, hey again, everybody. Close the game. I said close the game. What's the point of voice control if it's not going to listen? Is it? I wonder if it's even getting it. Close the game. There it goes. Okay, so when you and an enemy collide, enter a battle. I want to have a little bit of time to plan what comes after battling, but I guess that's not super important because battling will probably take a pretty long time. Yeah. Yeah, again, let's just work through this, I guess. So set that you and your character are in battle. So what's going to control this stuff? There are signals for when you enter another entity's collider or when they enter yours. And I guess either one of these would need to work for getting into a battle. Let's start with the most basic thing. So if we go to character sprite, there is... Where's the collider stuff? It's on the collision chip, I guess. Wait, what? What is the... Huh. I don't remember what you call the collision signals. And I don't see them here. Input event, mouse entered, mouse shape entered? Huh. Yeah, I don't remember this. This is GD script. Godot collision signals. How do I detect collisions? I know that on body entered. Yeah, where's that? I thought those were on physics body or something. On body. Body entered is on rigid body. What about on character? I guess we already know what they are on character. I don't necessarily need a signal for this. Area 2D has it. Body entered. And isn't collision shape 2D in area 2D? Maybe I don't want a... No, wait, I kind of do. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused here. Yeah, I would expect there to be a body entered. I don't see it. Character body 2D, Godot, body entered. Specialized class for physics bodies that are meant to be user controlled. They're not affected by physics at all, but they affect other physics bodies in their path. They're mainly used to provide high-level API to move objects with wall and slope detection, in addition to general collision detection provided by physics 2D move and collide. Okay, so I guess move and collide is what I would use. Okay, sure. So let's do that. In move, we're just going to do move and collide. And then what does this take in? A vector 2. I'm guessing that's how much we're moving by. Moves the body along the vector motion. Yeah, sure. And so the vector we want in this case is this. I guess it's going to be like move motion equals all of that. And then move and collide motion. Function move and collide not found in base self. Man, I don't know what I'm doing here. Character body 2D apparently does not have a move and collide. It just has move and slide. No, but it said that it inherited it from whatever its parent is, physics body. Yeah, there it is, move and collide. And it returns a collision thing. Kinematic collision 2D. Var collision equals that. Why does it say it's not found in base self then? Move and collide. Yeah, weird. Am I in the wrong? I'm in the wrong class. That's why. Oh my God. Okay, well, that was dumb. Yeah, okay, I see what the problem is then. So I have this overworld character thing. What is an overworld character? It's literally just a node. Well, there's the problem. I kind of consolidated. I combined two different things. I didn't mean to combine these this way. Okay, so how do I want to do this? No matter what, I want the physics body to be the parent of all of this stuff. So I guess it would need to be an overworld character at that point. And then the animated sprite would be a child. And then the collision shape 2D would need to go somewhere. Where that can go. I can add an area 2D as a child. I could, but I think there only needs to be one collision shape in this case. And it should come from the character sprite. I don't know how this is going to work though, because I don't think I can have a collision shape under the animated sprite and have this function the way I want it to. Oh, let me think about this. So let's test this out before I do anything crazy. So we'll just make a new scene. This is just going to be called Testeroni. So this will be our character body 2D. Underneath it will be an animated sprite. Underneath that will be a collision shape 2D. This almost certainly won't work, but we're about to find out if it does. There. So this needs to have a direct child, I guess. Yeah, it needs to be a child. So if I put this up here, then the exclamation marks go away for that, yeah. All right, that's not going to be easy to do. Okay, so we can't do things this way. I guess the question is like overworld character and animated sprite. What is their relation? And the character has a sprite, but then the sprite should know what its collision shape is. I guess we could always just draw it based on, okay, fine, I'll just do this differently. Caster, the revive and jump royale doesn't have any sort of gate around it. So unfortunately, just wasted a bunch of points. It's only meant to be used during the game. It puts you in third place. All right, this is why I'm glad I didn't just go modifying 16s earlier. So we can delete this whole thing. Close, don't save. And character sprite is just not going to have a collision shape here. It's just going to be an animated whatever. So make scene root. And then also give it the same script that we just had. I guess we can call this character sprite. And then give it the script. And then delete these other things. Delete. Goodbye. And now make it an animated sprite 2D. Okay, unfortunately, this breaks everything. Because now we have a sprite frames. So we have to set our sprite frames to this. And then everything else is just kind of the same. Frames is something, what? Frame is shadowing something that's already, okay, fine. We'll just call this F for right now. And then we got an animated sprite, which is no longer needed. And we just do this stuff. Oh boy, hey Deadly Doodle. Yeah, oh boy. I hope this still works. So it's not like we just got physics to work. Also, what's the problem here? Oh, I know what that is. I don't care about that. All right, so hopefully all the things still render. Move and collide. Oh, yeah, I don't want that there yet. Get rid of the move and collide thing. Also, motion can just be this. Yeah, good. All right. Yes, everything still looks correct. So now for the collision to come back in, we need to add it to overworld character. Because overworld character is the thing that has the collision. Overworld character. Yeah, so this needs to be changed from just a node to being a character body. Character body 2D. And then it needs a collision shape. And then the collision shape is going to need to be dynamically set based on the sprite that we have. Like we want it to be 24 by 24, but there's just no real way to do that. Oh, this is a mess. This is a mess. Okay, well, I guess in ready is where we're gonna do this. We init here. We don't even have a ready here. Oh, we're gonna need one. Func ready. Should just know how to type this out. I'll do it then. All right, so what we want to do is we want to set our collision shape 2D, the rectangle in here, to match that of our sprites. So collision shape 2D, our collision shape. Okay, there we go. And then we set its size, I think. I don't know. What does collision shape have? The shape to, it doesn't inherit anything apparently. I don't think that's correct. No, it has a shape. It is correct. Okay, so I need to get its shape. And that's going to be a rectangle shape 2D. And then that has a size. Oh, you will reveal your secrets to me. Yes, it has a size. That's the whole point of this. And its size is going to be equal to just 2424 for right now. And we're going to see how this works. I hit play. We get our character. Now there's some way to turn on collision shapes somewhere. Visible collision shapes. Here we go. I see nothing. But maybe we need to restart for it to work. Aha, there they are. And it's wrong. Okay, well, I think this should be easy enough to fix. We just set its position, which is maybe not even a thing you can do, to 1212. And I don't think it is a thing you can do. I think you set it on the parent. I think the collision shape is what has its transform, yeah. That doesn't make sense though. Oh, I think the, no, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Collision shaped opposition equals 1212. This is probably right, but they're so hard to see. Yeah, I think it's correct. They all look correct. But it doesn't make sense. Why do I have to set the position of this to 12? Oh, because I set the offset of the sprite to 12? This seems dumb. This definitely seems dumb. Why do you need to dynamically set the collision shape size? Is not the same for every sprite. It is, but it just shouldn't be done. So this collision shape, it's not in pixels. So that's my real problem here. I need to position this such that it's 24 pixels somehow. I don't know how I would do that. Or maybe there's a size here somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. This way definitely works. Oh, there is a size. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I could. I definitely could. And we're just not going to do that. So this is going to be this. This is going to be this. And it says integer division. I really don't ever care about this. All right. There we go. So that should look great. Good. It does. All right. So now we got our colliders. We got them on the right thing. I want to turn off visible collision shapes. And now we can do move and collide from over here. Can you change the pivot? I could, yeah. And I can change the offset of the sprite. Like at some point I should probably, what's the word? Settle on something, I guess. So this should now work, right? Yes. Aha. So we get rid of this and we just check if there's a collision. What does this return if there is a collision? what is this? Is this like get number of collisions somewhere? I think that was a thing you could do. Hold collision data. If a collision is detected, an object is returned. Collision data includes a colliding object, remaining motion, and the collision position. Data can be used to determine a custom response to the collision. Okay, so we need to make it so that players don't collide with themselves, although I think that's going to be pretty obvious later. For now, let's not worry about that. If there's a collision, which how do we even know if there is valid? What? How do you know that it even collided? Is this null if it's not? I don't know, whatever. Let's just print it out. Print collision. And how about we make this one farther? We say if is owned by player. Yeah. So only for the player one we'll print the position or the collision. So there. Okay. So now we should see it say null most of the time, I'm guessing. It's not printing anything. Oh, there it goes. Object null and collision. Cool. Yeah. So null or not. Do I code this font size? Usually, yeah. Are you saying it's too large or too small? Because I can make it larger if you want. If you're saying it's too large by default, then yeah, everything is usually a little larger. It's just easier to see for me. So if collision is not equal to null, then we have collided with something. And in that case, we're probably going to enter a battle, but we need to know that we're going to enter a battle. And we need some way of detecting. How about this? Let's just do print collision and put a breakpoint here and then debug and see what happens. Okay, so now we click one of the, how is there collision already? Oh, whoops. Yeah. I meant to do if is owned by player and collision is unequal to null. Yeah. Okay, so now we move on to one of the slimes and it should collide. Good. All right, so what is a collision? Just an ID, but I can't actually get anything from this, can I? So what's so unfortunate about this? I want to get the collider, but I can't actually call get collider, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Everybody I see codes with a 12 pixel font size. Yeah, well, also as a streamer, I think it's pretty important that the font is visible by people. I've tuned into streams before where I'm just like, okay, this is probably good for you, but I can't tell what's going on. Ah, man, I don't know how to get the debugger to work like this. I wonder if it's just the one through VS Code doesn't ever allow you to do this. Because like if I can't call methods on this, then this is not that helpful. I want to figure out what these things are set to. And the whole point of using the debugger is I don't need to do a million printouts or something. Well, all right, we've got collision.get collider. I know that exists. And I want to know what this is. Var obj equals this. It has no static type. It's probably a variant type anyway, right? Get collider returns an object, yeah. Colliding bodies attached to object. So we could probably tell if this is another overworld character. It wouldn't be enemy, it would just be this. And I'll just delete that for now. Let's just have it print out collision. Yeah. I think this should work. It's just going to print and not actually do anything interesting, but let's see. Yeah, nice. Okay. Oh, and it stops us from moving. I forgot about that. I feel like there should be a certain amount of overlap. Yeah. Like it shouldn't just be you touch the enemy and that's that. And what I could do is I could just make the collider smaller. So it's like the center of your body has to touch the center of an enemy. Yeah. That's one way. I guess let's do that for now. That's probably the easiest way. We'll set it to this divided by 4.0. So the colliders will be 6 pixels by 6 pixels. Set the collider's size to be a quarter, or I'll just say a fraction, so the comment can say the same, of the sprite size, so that you only collide when sprites overlap. I think this will feel good. Let's see. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. I think that's roughly when you'd expect to get into a battle. You know, not when 1 pixel of the tail touches 1 pixel of your helmet or something like that. Yeah. Oh, that. Stop running. Oh, come on. Look, the antsiest enemies right here. There we go. Yeah, I think it's good. The other thing too is if enemies ever chase you, then it doesn't really matter if you're on top of them or not because they will make themselves be on top of you. I think that's pretty good. Maybe I'd divide by 3 and not 4, but in general feels fine. So now instead of collision, it's going to be enter a battle, but this is you moving. So we also need it to be if the enemy moves. And we could just set these to different collision layers altogether so that we don't really have to do anything here. How do we do that? What is it called? It's like layers or something. Where are they? I don't know where they are. Huh, yeah, I don't know where they are. Collision, here it is. Oh, found it. Layer and mask. Okay, for these, I always look at the same thing. I wrote this a while ago, but layer, mask, where is it? Okay, a contact is detected if object A is in any of the layers that object B scans, or object B is in any layer scanned by A. Okay, so I can just set 1 to 1 and the other to 2, and it should be fine. So in ready, we'll do that. We'll get the, what is this on? It's on the character itself. And what is it called? Layer and mask. Layer. Is that a thing? Can I just do this? Layer equals 1. A collision layer. That's what's called. Okay, so what are the numbers we can use? Do they start with 0 or 1? Bit 0, value 1. Bit 1, value 2. Oh, you need... Oh, darn it. You need some way of... Oh, come on, you. There's no way to look at the help for this. How do I get this? Character, body, 2D. Yeah, here. So this gets collision layer presumably from the parent. Yes, it does. So we look at that. And I don't see it. Inherits collision object. Maybe it gets it from there. Yeah, there it is. All right, these are integers, but they represent bit masks. And I don't know if they have any helpers for you setting these easily. And I wrote helpers in another game, so I could pull it from that. See collision layers and masks for more information. Code example. Yeah, they don't seem to have any way of you doing this. If they're talking about doing this power, 2 to the 1 minus 1, 2 to the 3 minus 1, 2 to the 4 minus 1. How fun. Okay, well, this is why I wrote code for it. So let's go find that code. Should be in here somewhere. RG mask. Util convert enum to bit mask. How nice. Okay, so let's go figure out where util is. Shouldn't there be a class name util somewhere? Cat's going nuts. Almost food time. She does seem to respect that when I'm sleeping, but then as soon as I wake up, she's like, I'm gonna bug you now. It's food time. I'm like, it's not food time. She's always about half an hour early. And then I just ignore her and she stops for a while. Then she has to do 1 less than layer index. Yeah, but it's nice to have some functions to help with this sort of thing. So I want to see if these are going to come in handy, and then if so, I'll maybe use them. So convert enum to bit mask. Given an array of enumeration values that represent bit mask flags. You know what? This is overkill. Yeah, this is overkill. We'll just do this. If is owned by player, then collision layer equals 1 and collision mask equals 2. Else two and 1. There. Done. We have an automatic feeder. Is it food time? would be pretty funny. We actually don't have an automatic feeder. We're only feeding her wet food, so I have to manually do that every time. Also, I think it's, even if you could automate that, it's probably better for bonding to just do it manually. Plus, I have a song that I sing to the cat every time I'm about to feed her. I'm not going to sing it here on stream, and it's got very stupid lyrics anyway. I'm hoping she associates with the song with it being food time so that I don't need to keep being like, it's not time to eat yet. You couldn't code your fat cat to feed itself. Unfortunately, no. She accepts a very obscure dialect of squirrel, and that's it. If I did this correctly, then we don't need to do this part here anymore. We can just check to see if there's a collision, and if so, get in a battle with it. I'm gonna just stand still and let an enemy walk onto me, and it should get me in a battle. In fact, I'll stand closer to them, I guess. There. So now I'm gonna stand still. They should eventually, one of these should move on to me. Oh, come on. In the middle of 4 different enemies. Move on to me. Do it. Yes. No, closer. Yeah, there. Okay, collision. All right, that works. That's all we needed to test. All right, so now we need to enter a battle. So the only thing it really should ever be is this. So we're going to do enter battle. What do we even tell about this? Are all overworld characters made to have... Oh, wait, we have a world thing here, don't we? No, we don't. What? Where did I do that? We didn't even have a... Interesting. I guess this is not the best idea. Where do we call both of these things? This is called... This is added to the world. Okay, that's fine. So we have a reference to the world there. And then this is called from game, but we have a world map there. Okay, so in both of these cases, I really think it should just be the world that has this function. I think that's what I'm realizing here. You tell the world to make a character, and it knows how to connect this to like a battle signal. I'm just debating on whether I'm convinced about this. I think I'm convinced. Let's look at these functions again and see if it makes sense. Could all of this be in world? This stuff shouldn't be. I think world can have a wrapper around what you need for these things. And then it constructs your overworld character, and then it sets up the connection that you need. Because as far as I'm concerned, all of this is actually fine to keep here. Yeah, we could just have world map dot like add overworld character or something. Yes, that is smart. That is a smart thing to do. Let's do that. Func add overworld character. Good. I've been calling this overworld character everywhere, I think. So add child. There, that's it. We're done. That's actually not it, but it's close. All right, now we search for worldmap.add and we get this and we change it to add overworld character. And we do world.addChild and go change that one too to add overworld character. So now both of these are set up. And the reason we did this is so that in the world we could connect to a signal. And how did I do this for the last one? Because I clearly botched that a bunch of times. Character.connect selected. This is where I'd done it. So we're choosing what should listen. I guess it's just this that should listen. I never made a signal. This literally cannot work right now. All right, so we have a signal entered battle. with other character, overworld character. And then we're going to emit that from over here. Entered battle dot emit. There we go. Good and good. And this is going to do a whole bunch of stuff. Just a whole bunch. Oh, wait, we need the signal, right? So overworld character dot connect. What was it called? On entered battle or something? Entered battle. And self dot, yeah, on entered battle, I guess. All right, how's this work? This won't work. We should just pass in both of these. Yeah, self and the other one. So it'd be like battling character, I guess, or battle starter. What would you call this? The person who triggered the. There's a term for this. It's just an English term. Instigator. Yeah, there. Yeah, attacker. That would also work. Okay, so here's our thing that we have. Now we go connect this. I didn't mean to press that. There we go. All right, so I'm going to go connect this over here, self the on enter battle. So func on enter battle. This takes in these two things. And now what we're going to do is we're going to delete the other, we're going to delete the instigator. Instigator.queueFree. This is very dumb. Okay, so the reason we're doing this is because we're going to make it so the enemies move on to me, and I just stand there and they all die when they do that. So God mode, basically. Identifier entered battle is not declared here. This comes from overworld character, I guess. I don't... God, why can I never get this correct? How does this work? What is this stuff doing here? Oh, these are... Oh, I see. Node.connect. Started game. So it's the signal. It's the name of the signal. Okay, that's why I can't ever get it right, because I don't ever remember that. There. All right, let's try it out. So I very carefully move, or else I delete myself here to be right next to these things. And now they will move on to me and delete themselves, and then a new thing will replace them. So do it, rats. Yes. Now, why did a new one not replace it? Oh, because the zone doesn't know that it was deleted. Yeah. All right. So overworld character needs to know something about that it's gone. And I guess we can do that, right? What do I want to do here? Does this know about the zone that it was spawned in? The enemy overworld character does. Okay, so we're going to make something like func died or die. Lost battle. I don't know. Yeah. Battle was lost. Let's call it that. Okay, so in here we'll do queue free, and then if we are not owned by the player, if not is owned by player, then we'll say that we want to get the what is this, enemy overworld character? How do we add this thing? Enemy overworld character. Is that the name of this? Yeah, it is. Okay. So if it's not owned by the player, then enemy overworld character as this spawn region enemy died. Yeah. Actually, this could just trigger a signal. That's probably a smarter way of doing this. Mass conservation shambles. No, but it's gonna refill itself. All the rats will come back, possibly as slimes. It's the circle of life. A green blobby circle. Enemy overworld character. Okay, how do I want to do this part? This is the whole, like, the zone needs to know that something died. And I guess the world map could figure it out. It should just call into this. Battle was lost. I can just do something like this. It's just, this is really hacky for a couple reasons. One is, I think in this case it probably would have made sense to go with the inheritance route and then have a function that we can call instead of needing to do things this way. And then the other thing that's weird is we're getting the region and calling something on it directly. It's like the region should just know that this died and it should get emitted. So enemy spawn region. When we add a character, yeah, this is spawn enemy. So we should then connect to a signal died. Self dot on enemy died. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, let's go code it. Where did overworld character go? So now we need a signal here. Died. That's it. Doesn't do anything else. I guess we could pass in the thing that died. I don't know if there's a better way of doing this in Godot. Like, when you send a signal, does it just automatically have whatever self was at the time? Okay, so now we just do died.emit self, yeah. And now we don't need anything else here. Oh, we're getting there. We are getting there. I need to close all these tabs because I don't know where I am anymore here. Self on enemy died. So now we call this on enemy died, and that's it. Cool. Let's close all these tabs. Close all. All right, so now when you try this, now only the instigator is immediately killed. So we need to stand and then make sure we're not the instigator. Good, so that died. I did not see something replace it, but I did see 3 errors. Don't care about that. Add overworld character is not present. What is that? On inferred type node. Oh, because it doesn't know this is a world map. World map. I guess that works, but that wasn't the problem here. This is the problem. Error calling signal died on callable. Method expected 0 arguments. What? Why? Died expected. Maybe died is a built-in thing? I kind of doubt it though. If I just delete this, what happens? Yeah, no. Huh. That was weird. No, no, no. Okay. Can they move on to me? I need to add like 400 more enemies so that... Oh, well, that was dumb. What is going on here? It says error calling from signal died to callable. On enemy... Oh, whoops. I misread that. This takes in an overworld character. But there's no reason for it to, I guess. In which case, I shouldn't have even done this, I suppose. Because we only listen to signals from enemies. Yeah, okay, fine. Well, that was pointless. I don't know what was going through my head. I must have had some reason. I don't know what it was. Hey, Jamuma. Okay, let's go add in more than 4 enemies. So here, max number will be 40. Oh, except for it's going to be harder to tell that we need to spawn more. Okay, let's do Let's do 10. Yeah. Okay, now we move such that these enemies will walk onto me. And they should immediately die and then respawn as something else. Possibly the same thing, actually. Just need to wait. I should really just make them seek me out. Or just increase the collider size or anything. When there were 4, it happened all the time. Come on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, and it respawned over here. Yeah, nice. It's working. Oh, cool. So at any given point, there should always be 10 enemies. Now, if I move on to something, then I will also die, and then I don't come back. We could just have stopped that from happening. We could have just made it so that the enemy's always the one that dies. Yeah, where do we do that? That would have been a way faster way of testing all this stuff. If instigator dot is owned by player, then other character battle was lost. Otherwise, instigator. All right, so I can just mow down enemies. Yeah. What about in this region? Yeah. What a fun game. Okay. Ship it. So the next thing to do would be to make a battle pop up. I'm already I haven't even played the game, just watching you play it. All right, so when you and an enemy collide, enter a battle. Set that the enemy and your character are in a battle, so no other battles start. Yeah, we haven't really done this stuff. There is no like persistent battle yet. I want to finish up just this part. Yeah, I want to finish up this part. So what we're going to do is we're going to spawn a battle window, and it should just be somewhere. And for now, that doesn't really matter. So let's just make a new scene that is a battle window, I guess. Yeah. Battle window. Oh, is an element. Thanks for resubbing. Enjoying these Godot streams. Been using it for the past year. Really enjoyed it. Hope I'm not being annoying. No, you're not being annoying. Yeah. And I appreciate the sub. I'm very happy with how this has gone so far. I think I've also learned quite a lot about Godot since 2020, I guess. Like I have a better idea for how to do things, even if I'm not always the fastest at getting through it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to just make something pop up here, and we're just going to make this look like, I don't know, just some character that's going to be obvious that it's a battle. Do we have anything that's like super obvious? It literally doesn't matter. I don't know. Let's just make it this thing. Sure. Okay. So we're going to drag this onto here. This is what's going to represent that it's a battle. Makes no sense. Doesn't need to make sense. We're just going to make this look like this. There we go. So when this thing pops up, you'll know you're in a battle. So stupid. Okay. So how do we do this? Overworld characters, first of all, need to know that they're in a battle. They should probably know by just keeping track of their current battle. Current battle equals null. I don't think you even need to set it to null. I think it just starts as null. Oh, right, battle doesn't exist. It's also called battle window, I guess. And then battle window needs a script. Looks good. Also looks good. Probably gonna need to restart Godot, so I'll just go do that now. What is this? Different game entirely. It says cannot find battle window. I don't know why. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I probably need to restart this. There. So if you, I guess we need to set this to something, and that would get handled by the thing that starts a battle, which is the world map. Yeah, unentered battle. This is, yeah, I guess this is right. So we would make a battle window. Instigator dot current battle equals battle window and other character, and then remove these things, and then make the battle window. I don't think you can do this. I think we need to instantiate a scene. Oh man, let's load a scene. Where's the, yeah, here. Okay, so scenes, battle window. All right, then set its position to the instigator's position. Okay, so there'll just be some giant sprite that shows up. And then we've set this, and so once the battle is set, we want to stop you from moving. So if I want to make an is in battle function, which returns a Boolean. So if is in battle, return. So you can't move, and you can't, you probably shouldn't even be able to give movement inputs. In fact, actually something else I just thought of, when you enter a battle, wherever you were moving to should probably be cleared afterward. Because like imagine if you're all the way at the upper left and you right click all the way to the bottom right. Should you just keep moving through all of the battles if you were to win them all? I feel like that's probably not expected. So I'm not going to worry about this right now. This doesn't matter. If it's not expected, then we'll just see in the prototype that it's not expected. What was I going to do? So you can't move, and you also can't enter a battle. Yeah. So other people can move on to you. So entered battle.emit. So this needs to check over here that neither one is in a battle. So let's change this from a private function to a public one. Yeah. And then in world map, go do that. So if either one of these is in a battle, if instigator is in battle or other characters in battle, just return. The method is in battle is not present. What? Yes, it is. What? It's an overworld character. It's right there. I don't know what's wrong with that. I'm just going to try to run this and ignore it. Where's the genie? Where did the genie go? All right, no genie. Maybe this actually is a problem. Let's find out. All right, we move over to here. This is going to do literally nothing because I'm not even debugging it the right way. So close out of that and do it from here. All right, now we move on to one of those characters and we get into this. So do we go into the return? No, we don't. We make a battle scene. We instantiate it. We set the position. Why can't I see it then? That means it must be in the game. Let's go find out. Wait, how did, oh yeah, that's fine. So if I play it from here, we'll be able to see. So there, now I'm in a battle. Now we should see a battle window in here somewhere, right? Oh, I never added it. All right, now we'll see it. Oh yeah, there it is. That's how you know you're in a battle. So I'm guessing this is just some issue with the language server. It's not. What? This is I mean, clearly the code is working. Oh, no. It thinks it's not an overworld character. But it's definitely right there. I didn't... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't see what's wrong. I kind of wonder if restarting Godot would somehow fix this. Although, it doesn't make sense that it would. So there's that. And then we restart this thing. Is it just going to highlight it again? No, restarting Godot fixed it. I don't know. I've had to restart Godot a lot. I think, yeah, I think something's just wrong. All right, so what do we do here? When you and an enemy collide, enter a battle. Set that you and the enemy are in a battle and prevent you from moving. Oh, yeah. Did we do that? I think we did it, but not actually properly. I think it's because you can't move when you're colliding with an enemy. Yeah, a bit of a tedious gripe, yeah. It's probably also really hard for them to figure out those kinds of bugs. Yeah, so it looks like I can't move. Whether or not I really can doesn't matter too much. Yeah, I mean this is pretty much it, right? Done with that, done with that, done with that. Pretty good. Yeah. Let's go check this in. Oh, you know what I should do? I should put a label on this. This is supposed to represent a battle. Yeah, there. Can we outline the text? Outline. Stupid. Oh, yeah. Now we're really gaming. Okay. I think I left like one line of code somewhere that I wanted to change, and I'm not going to be able to find it easily. Now all this stuff looks good. Yeah, all this looks pretty good so far. Battle was lost is never being called anywhere, but probably should do that eventually. All right, this looks pretty good. Allow for starting battles. So they start when you move onto an enemy or vice versa. And they're represented by a blue genie right now. Because I don't have time to code everything yet. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, it wraps without knowing that I wanted this inside of a list like that. All right, well, I'll commit that. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We get to the point where maybe, should I stream tomorrow? What would tomorrow be? Tomorrow, fixing YouTube bot, planning my course, streaming game dev, or what did I write down? I thought I wrote a note to myself about this. Like I can stream, but Yeah, I wrote that I took the day so that I would do other stuff. But I feel like I want to develop more of this game. I think I'm going to stream tomorrow. Yeah. Well, how about this? I just won't commit and I'll wake up tomorrow and see how I feel. But I'm leaning towards streaming. So this battle thing that we have is eventually going to be like, imagine a window pops up in the world and you see your character and you see like up to 9 other enemies there. And then you can choose your abilities that you use. And then it plays out like a battle would, as you would expect. I think there's a ton of work to do when it comes to this. And it'll be interesting to see what we cut through when it comes to prototyping. In fact, I should probably write that at the top of all of this. Remember that this is all for the prototype. It'll be tempting to write a proper battle system, but cut corners where I can. It is fun once things get rolling. Yeah. I wonder if you should be able to drag the battle window around. I feel like that's something that you'll never end up using, really. Yeah. I don't think you'll use it. I don't think I should write that down. I think there's a prototype thing anyway. So yeah, we generate enemies. We show this scene somewhere in the world. We show a cooldown bar. I think we got pretty much everything there. I think when it comes to abilities, I think this is going to be tough because we need to code the ability system. And so at first, we just need to think of how do we prototype this? And you should just have 3 buttons. Yeah. Maybe start by hard coding 3 ability buttons. They can all just do 5 damage for now. Yeah. Am I familiar with state machines yet? Is it a Godot specific thing or you just mean state machines in general? Because state machines in general I'm familiar with, but not in Godot. In general, yeah. Hovering over the ability should show a tooltip. Clicking the ability should use it and put it on cooldown. Enemy's life hits 0 should be removed when an entire enemy team. Yeah, I think there's a clear enough path through all this stuff, except for abilities will be tough. And then when we finally get to like fleshing out abilities, it might be a little bit tough. So that's battling. Then there's handle end of battle. And then what other things do we have left in the I guess I'll add in the backlog, like add enough content. So there should be 3 classes in the prototype. There should be 5 abilities per class. And there should be like some amount of modifications per ability. I had designed 3 each, but that may be too much. And there should be a way to get new characters. Anything else? We have these scratch pads for the cat and they're cardboard and she's allowed to scratch on those things. And then we have like foot pads for us, like the desk mat that I have. And then we have a mat for our kitchen. She also likes to scratch that stuff. And I don't know why scratching like a rubbery surface would feel good to a cat, but I guess it does. Not gonna lie, I envy how easy Adam navigates through problems and progresses through his development. Well, okay, a lot of this is very similar so far to what I did for that Godot shooter RPG. This thing. This had a title screen. And I mean, it's pretty basic looking, but still it had a title screen. And this was also the character select. And then it puts you into a world and you had a character that could move around. And so I kind of did all that stuff and where is the key that moves me to the right? There it is. I also had coded these like enemy zones that you ran into and they would spawn enemies. I don't know why we're not seeing any enemies. Oh, there's one. Yeah. So yeah, I did a lot of this stuff already back in the past for this. All right, I'm definitely going to die because I can't control this game with a Colmac keyboard. We are going to get to some new territory at some point. And also, I don't know, I want to improve how I had done things in the past. That game that I just showed, it did have abilities, but I didn't like how it worked. And the battle system is going to be more complex for this because it's not just like projectile hits enemy, does damage. So way to get new characters. What other things have yet to be added from the design here? Life values persist between battles. Yep. Oh, that's... We don't have anything for that, do we? Handle end of battle. Yeah, I'm going to have to add that here. Your life value should persist between battles. I'm not sure where that'll get stored yet. Overworld character probably needs a reference to some kind of life value, which is further reason to split it into a player overworld character. Custom resources? What do you mean by that? I mean, what I was thinking is I just have some node that just, it's just like a struct node. I had to look up where WASD is for you, yeah. For those who are wondering why this is so hard for me to control, it's because the left half of my keyboard, instead of it being W here and then A and then S and then D, it's W, A, and then S is here and D is here. So it's like very hard to get used to. Use custom resources to make persisting data in between scenes. Oh, that's not really what I'm talking about here. It was more like, where am I going to store this stuff? So there is no real difference in scene. Like the world map will have this data and the overworld character still exists on the world map. So I probably just need to put it in the player overworld character. But I got to think about that a little bit too. I don't want these like mega classes that I always end up with. What else is in this design? Only one character per class. New characters start one level higher than the last and cap out at 5. All right, so at some point we're going to need to add, make a character select screen for your second, third, etc. characters. You're not allowed to choose the same class more than once. So maybe just X them out. And maybe it should pause the game when you're on the screen so that you don't miss battles. And then need to think about whether you can dismiss the screen and come back to it later. Also need to think about what you need to know to make your choice. It's probably just which classes you already have, which should be obvious on this screen. Yeah. Okay, so that's a character select screen. We're gonna have to do a 2. Automation. So at some point we're gonna need to do that. That's part of the whole skill trees thing. Do I have that here? No, I do not. So create new issue. Add skill trees. Well, no, add character skill trees. There's a player-wide one that we'll have to add later. So this is not for the player-wide skill trees. Okay, so the first skill anyone should has to get is the automation one. Actually, you know what? I just thought of an idea, and I think this could be a good idea. Okay, so originally I said that you start and you have a 0% chance to automate a turn. And then you have to go in order of 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. But what if you got all that by level 10? And so what if on like level 3, you could pick an upgrade to an ability but you still only had a 25% chance to automate a turn. I'm going to write this down in the ideas section because I think this could be interesting, but it might also change a lot of the game. The idea is perhaps instead of forcing automation in the first X levels, we take X times 2 and let you upgrade some abilities first and only have a 25% slash 50% slash 75% chance of automatically taking a turn. This could be more interesting, but that's not really a concern yet. So the first skill anyone has to get is the automation one. Probably start this task by just tinkering with skill trees in their own scene, laying out buttons, showing requirements, handling hover over tooltips, handling adding points, etc. All right, what other big things do we need from the design over here? The player-wide skill tree, yeah, that does need to be added. Add player-wide skill tree. Start by writing what has to be done here. All right, not cancel, keep editing. All right, regions. Regions should probably work properly. I'm not too concerned with that just yet. Stats, experience gain, class ability, skill tree, battles. Elements and stuff. Yeah, elements should probably be added in. That would be a content kind of thing as far as I'm concerned. There should be all elements of damage. Fire, frost, etc. Yeah. Oh, and then saving and loading the game. That's super important. Where's that? Pre-launch tasks. I did not write that down. Okay. Yeah, we need to add something. Whoops, what did I just click? Add saving slash loading the game. So allow for saving and loading. This can be to a plain text JSON file at first. I don't care if people modify their saves. And the title screen needs to show you any files you'd already started. Okay. 7 out of 5. Is that there on all of my other things that I have? I don't remember that being there. No, here it just says 60. How do I get rid of that out of 5? Set limit? Okay. In progress could be 1 out of 5. I think that makes sense. So, all right, get manual battling working. And then I think the next thing would be handle end of battle effects, and then probably add in skill trees. Yeah. All right. Well, I have streamed for way longer than normal today. It was 3 hours, 20 minutes in the morning and 4 hours and 15 minutes so far. So 7 hours and 35 minutes. That's actually probably roughly what I used to stream pretty much every day, because I did an 8-hour stream and I had just my lunch break, which was super fast. And I like hardly took breaks beyond that, I guess. I am super happy with how all this worked. I know I've been saying this repeatedly, but I'll show for those people who haven't seen this. Here's what the game looks like so far. It is not impressive, so don't expect anything major, but it's a title screen. Click start new game. You can pick your character, and then character enters the world, and you can move around. And when you touch an enemy, you get into a battle. And that's it. That's the game so far. And this has taken a total of something like 7 or 8 hours, I think. But I'm happy with it. I think it's going well. So let's go find someone to raid, and then I got a bunch of stuff to do tonight. I might stream tomorrow, but I'm not going to promise it. Okie dokes. Who's online? Trying to see people I have not rated who are streaming English and ideally don't have like 8-hour streams so far. So they're not just going to go offline. Have I rated Jitspo in a while? I don't think I have. And Jitspo just started up. Yeah, I don't know if I've rated Jitspo since I got back to streaming. Jitspo's a great streamer. He's been working on various games. I'm not actually sure what he's working on right now. I remember Fist of the Forgotten, but where did I lost the stream? Retro FPS game dev, day 224. Okay, so this pivot must have happened while I was not really watching anybody's streams. So thank you all for watching. I will leave you with the Discord command if you want to join. It's been great. I hope to see you either tomorrow or the next day. And yeah, hope you have a good rest of your day. See you later.